Dead bull with the life from the toe. I'll be massive conquistador. Give me soul and show me the door. Metal heavy, soft at the core. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. Pressurized, neutralized, deep fried, gimme some more. Space. Funky, 4 on the floor. Fortified with the liquor store. This one's down, gimme some more. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. Drunken head, I love to adore. B movie, gimme some gore. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. B movie, gimme some gore. Ugh. Gimme Toro, gimme some more. 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 Or I demand nothing, but I want it all. What privilege do we have under the sun that gives us right to the throne?
A summoner has disconnected.
Species come and go, but the earth stands forever fast. All rivers run towards the sea, but the sea is never full. To discover the loneliness and be too proud to show the wounds. We'll forever wander alone through the years. But I won't let you near, begging for you to understand the fear that lives in my soul, which is an untouched spring. What is written in the silent mouth, what is written in the soul, for which is written in the shining silence we all have to read. What is written in the silent mouth, what is written in the soul, for which is written in the shining silence we all have to read. My body will be bent from the burdens when the shaking floor of life force reveals its chasm underneath. If only one could be 2 steps ahead to discover the loneliness and be too proud to show the wounds. We'll forever wander alone through the years. but I won't let you near. Begging, begging for you to understand the fear that lives in my soul, which is an untouched spring. What is written in the silent mouth? What is written in the soul? For which is written in the shining silence we all have to read. What is written in the silent mouth? What is written in the soul? For which is written in the shining silence we all have to. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Thursday, doing well the usual. Hello, chat room. I'm back. Hope you had a nice Wednesday night. I'm back. I'm alive. You guys know the drill. Bog dog. Uh, hello. I'm back. Uh, had a nice night. Had a great workout. The Vantage, looking great. Looking 2 thumbs up, if I do say so myself. Uh, you know what I just realized today? Um, Today is supposed to be like my partner anniversary for Twitch. And I actually didn't realize this until like now, basically. And that was yesterday. Then how did Dot post the party hat today? I was wondering why everyone was posting the party hat. Then I looked at my Twitch and it said that it was my anniversary. And I didn't even know that. But do you know what that reminds me of? Do you want to hear something that will truly it'll give you a fair fright? I thought it was a chat bit. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I was just like, you know what? Keep at it, soldiers, Keep at it. Why not? But it is true that yesterday was my 6th year as a Twitch partner. And do you know how I remember that? I got Twitch partner in March of 2020 because I was playing a lot of Grand Blue Fantasy Versus at the time, and that was the hot game back then. In March, February 2020. When did Versus come out? February 6th, 2020. Yeah. So shoutouts to Grand Blue Fantasy, I guess. Shoutouts to Arc System Works. What better way for my anniversary than to play another Arc System Works game, right? You thought I was posting Brappy Shartner Fanniversary for no reason. Well, yeah. I mean, you guys are posting like the peeing cat all the time. You guys are posting all the, the get this LOL. And then what do you want me to take away from that? I'm just like, you know what? Go out, hit it, soldier, or whatever. Yeah, like that. But hello, hope you guys are doing good. What's up, Chakras, Drazash? I'm trying to say hello to everybody who says hello now. Punish me. Don't hold me to that because I will not be able to consistently do it. I already know I won't be able to. I'll forget. I'll read like 5 hellos. Someone will be like, fart loud noise outside. Just heard it. Uh-oh. And then I'll be like, what? And then I'll forget. And then 3 hours later, I'll be like, oh my God, I forgot to say hello back. And let me just say real fast, it's okay if I'm your first monitor content. What matters is not how many monitors you have, but how actively you engage with the content. If you have another browser in the way, this is in the background, you're just like, whatever, I'm playing my little Discords or whatever, then like it doesn't that might as well be it, right? It's only people who actually say hello get a hello. Hello, rat. They released a second Alex lore drop, and it's just his adopted dad happy after the wedding. Yeah, I heard they tried to hotfix out the cousin stuff, huh? Crazy. Crazy what things can happen in such short notice, right? They doubled down. Oh, wait, really? Wait, so they were like, we heard your complaints, and then they're like, but what if we added more? Is that it? They said there was confusion. Does Ulf Spart get a hello? I mean, I don't know. I mean, sure. Um, I just saw like people were talking about it, like the whole world reacted. I think EDL is confusing the chatter from yesterday with the actual person. uh, where is where's Capcom? Oh my god, X is so bad. We apologize for any confusion that recent topics regarding Alex's story may have caused. While we have not changed the characters' backstories, after internal review by the development team, we plan to revise certain text passages that may have been misleading in the near future. I mean, I don't know. This is I don't care enough about this. I'm sorry, Alex fans. You're gonna have to hold that shit. You're gonna have to hold it. I'm not. I did all I could. I did all I could. I put in a good word for you and everything, but it just didn't work out, and I'm sorry to say. No, they didn't patch it out. Barbados Blackbelly. Hey, I was saying hey to you. I wasn't reading out your message. I'm trying this new say hello when you're said hello to, you know? Just a new little thing. Y'all are falling for the propaganda. He is still a cousin fucker. I wasn't confusing the chatter. I felt like saying it that way. But if you say the name, if you say the name of one person of another person when you're highlighting another person, I'm not going to be able to tell who you're talking about, right? Skip that blah blah. Talking about politics today. Let's see some gameplay. Uh we'll get there. I'm not getting distracted today. I'm locking in. Have you always tried ever saying yes thing? Yes and? You could say I have. I've had moments of it. Hello, Vulcan nerd. See, I'm doing pretty good. Dopplers, hello. See, I'm doing it. Let's move over here. I'm gonna warn you guys. I am the wet hair streamer. I am the wet hair streamer today, but it's fine. It's fine. Um, thank you. We got the baby today. Hey, run that lecture full stream again. No, 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 no. I gotta. I'm not getting distracted today. No, not that baby, but like I mean the other baby with Damon. You know, whatever happened to the baby? What happened to that fella? Did he grow up? Uh, let me lock in today. He's a grifter now? Really? Are you for real? I don't know if you want that answer. I just looked him up. His last name's Kirk. Something's going on here. Oh, he dude, whatever, forget it. Let's just read politics. Let's just read politics. Uh hi Clive. What's Damon? Damon is a team with Baby. This video is your music taste, by the way. What is this? TikTok music is good, part 2. This doesn't work on me.
I don't wanna be Polly. Is it so bad to just be mine? I don't wanna be Polly. Back in school, they told me I should cue myself. Kids called me gay and told me go to hell.
Hit the gram and like my post, just pretending that I'm woke. Selfie, look at me. Slave to likes, don't you see?
I don't wanna be loved, I just wanna get fucked.
Okay, this one is my music taste. I have to admit. This one hits a little too close to home. Whoa, calm down.
You know, that is the goddess damn truth. We only consume fair trade fruit.
Here's a song in support of the Men Too movement.
I'll take a single bullet and sodomize everyone!
Dude, what is this? Who's making these songs? He basically made more RuneScape shanty beats and people got tired of it and still on his killing people in Walmart. Wait, he killed people in Walmart? Like the guys that are doing price matches and shit? Like that Walmart? Dude, that's unacceptable. He did pull up on rollback? Really? Oh no. You know, that's a great point, Popstar Punk. Listening to this, maybe was Nickelback that bad at the end of the day? Like, you know what this is teaching me? We didn't know how bad it could get, you know? We didn't know. We didn't know at all. Is it just like, it's like a Vanilla Ice situation, right? Like they just threw the lamest, shittiest dude they could in the middle of it, and they were just like, fend for yourself, loser. Gotta grade it on a curve? How do you grade it on a curve, though? Like, hold on, let's check 1984. Or is it 74? Every time I read that, I feel like I think I'm hearing happy platinum anniversary every time. I feel like there's something wrong here. Yes, that 1974. Yes. The Way We Were, Seasons in the Sun, Love Steve. Come and Get Your Love, Dancing Machine, The Locomotion, The Sound of Philadelphia, The Streak, Benny and the Jets, One Hell of a Woman. Damn. Dude. Really? We had Gordon Lightfoot? That's how you know things were disastrous. No, I like Come and Get Your Love. I do. I mean, like, I have soft spots for some of these songs, right? It's just the consistency of music.
Purple Lynx, that's one of the most popular artists ever, is funny. On Wikipedia? Sometimes you gotta look shit up to reference things. I call it doing historical analysis. Blue Swede, Hooked on a Feeling. Billy, Don't Be a Hero. I don't know. I feel like if I do this, right? Like, let's look at the Billboard for last year, right? Let's look at the 2025 Billboard. Please load. You ever think about headphones with cow horns or something? I would love that, but unfortunately, well, I don't have a reason. I'm just lazy, but that's a great idea. Maybe I'll do it one day. I'm not going to feed you the slop. I'll give it to you straight. Money limits things. I mean, I don't know. You can be kind of lazy with it and have some fun, right? Money is expensive. I don't know. Like, okay, looking at 2025, I mean, it's not. I think maybe Morgan Wallen is the biggest red flag. I mean, I guess Drake's still there. I like Tyler. I actually really like Tyler, actually. I really like how he's grown over the years. Tyler's my only benchmark because I listened to Odd Future, or paid attention to Odd Future. Odd Future. You're welcome. No, I mean, it's not bad. It's not that bad. I mean, when was like a big Nickelback year? When was a big Nickelback year? When was that? When was Nickelback's best year? When was Nickelback's best year? That's what I want to know. It's got to be like 01, right? 01, 02? Oh, 2005. All the right reasons. All the right reasons. It was 2005. Billboard for 2005. Let's see. Okay. First thing I see is, look at this. We Belong Together, Mariah Carey. Holla Batgirl, Gwen Stefani. Let Me Love You, Mario. Since You've Been Gone, Kelly Clarkson. 1-2 Step, Sierra. Gold Digger, Kanye West. Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Green Day. Candy Shop, 50 Cent. Don't Ya, Pussycat Dolls. Behind These Hazel Eyes, Kelly Clarkson. Disco Inferno, 50 Cent. You and Me, Lifehouse. Don't Funk With My Heart, Black Eyed Peas. Ooh, The Killers. Uh-oh. We know exact. This year is already. Wait, Nickelback isn't even on the list. Are they? Oh my god, even Well, Sugar We're Going Down is above Photograph? I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Dude, oh my god. That actually blows my mind. I know, I did Pog. I did Pog. I did not realize it was like that. Green Day, Wake Me Up When September Ends. Okay, but like, look, you're kidding yourself if you're thinking that, like, if you look at Nickelback Photograph versus Fall Out Boy Sugar We're Going Down, one of these songs is super in the collective conscious of everybody, right? The other is a Fall Out Boy song. You know what I mean? Scars by Papa Roach. Okay, Papa Roach at this time, to be fair, Papa Roach at this time, to be fair, they were pretty big. I mean, that's why Three Doors Down is above Green Day Holiday. Right? Photograph only gained more popularity after because of a shit post is this thing. Is that really true though? Like, I feel like that feels like that's a millennial ass answer. I'm going to be honest with you, because you need to understand you could not go anywhere without hearing Photograph ever. I hate to check you like this, but I remember radio station Nickelback era. I remember that shit, and you cannot forget. It is impossible to forget. Photograph might never leave the eidetic memory community. There you go, right there. There you go, right there. Say it louder for people in the back that like Nickelback. Do the karaoke and stream chat. No, fuck that. Not yet. I can say the same about the top 10, but you've probably never heard any of them. No, come on. We Belong Together, Mariah Carey. Come on, that's easy. Holla Back Girl. I'm not even gonna... Me? Holla Back Girl. Come on. Let Me Love You, Mario? Not as... I don't remember hearing as much, but I definitely heard a lot of Let Me Love You. Since You've Been Gone, heard a shit ton. Not only just heard a shit ton, heard the A Day to Remember cover, too. 1-2 Step. 1-2 Step and Gold Digger. I definitely heard on the radio. Not as much. I'll give you that. But I definitely did hear them. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Also less so, but I heard a lot. Candy Shop. Candy Shop maybe actually the least. I'm talking about the radio. But for on this list in 2005, I think the least common one I heard was Candy Shop. Or Don't Ya. Your Canada's showing. Yeah, well, that is true, because we have to play at least 50% Canadian artists in here, which means the selective pool of stuff we get is limited, right? And Finland was the same way. Yeah, we get Daniel Pewter. I mean, there are some great, like, no-name Canadian bands, but there are some truly awful ones that got way too big. Maybe Canadian radio really liked Nickelback. They did. They absolutely did. But I mean, I remember of the time, it was not just Canadians angry about Nickelback, right? It was far from it. Like, Nickelback is like the Imagine Dragons of today, but in an era where radio and music were like a lot more integrated, right? They were a lot more like they coexisted a lot more. Now it's like there's a lot of like pools to go in where you can listen to whatever song or genre or whatever I mean whatever fucking platform, whatever. There's a lot more options, right? For music. Um Back then, I mean there were still like downloading songs, right? And burning songs. Like this is 2005. I'm pretty sure in 2005 I not only downloaded legally, of course, uh what is it? BYOB, System of a Down, in 2005 or 2004 actually. And I mean like System of a Down was playing on the radio, but like it was not nearly on the same level as like other stuff, right? And that's again, I mean this all encompassing. Nickelback, James Harden, and Imagine Dragons, SGA. James Harden. James Harden. That name rings a bell. I can't believe this was the year of Mr. Brightside. This is a song that was big, but definitely lives on through the fact that it's a cuck song. Come on. That's a great example. Rich Girl. I mean, I love Rich Girl. CeeLo Green in 2005? That ain't good. Oh, Eminem's still in here. Incomplete. I was actually looking up this song earlier because I remembered I had a period where I was deeply fascinated by the mature era of Incomplete or Backstreet Boys, which is literally just this song, and it is so it's very what you would expect. Best of You. I don't like I when somebody asked me a while ago to name Foo Fighters songs. Do you remember that? I actually looked at their list and I thought there are a lot of songs on here that like people were like, "Oh, like this is like a shitty Foo Fighters song." And there are a lot of good Foo Fighters songs, but at the same time, I could not tell you what they are. Like I don't know how to describe it. It is like they have a sound that is so consistent that it is hard for me to even identify the specific songs, but I just know them by feel, right? You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I remember that song. I I cannot think of a band that fits for more than the Foo Fighters. I just hate Best of You. That one is the one that truly sucks. It's just an old guy yelling in the microphone the best. Like a town crier. Like it makes me feel like I'm in the Roman ages, you know? Yeah, you know as many Foo Fighters songs as black people. Parentheses, not many. Slow down. Like, okay, what are some where's Foo Fighters? Where are you? Let's see. Foo Fighters. Exhausted. This is a call. I'll stick around for all the cows. Big Me. Alone plus Easy Target. Monkey Wrench. See, Monkey Wrench is another song, right? Like I could not tell you how I remember Monkey Wrench, but I definitely remember liking Monkey Wrench. Everlong, right? Learn to Fly, right? That's a classic. Generated Breakout next year, the one. I feel like I've heard the one, but I don't even specifically remember. Best of You. And I think the last one I did hear was The Pretender. First album's a vibe. I don't think I even listened to The Color and the Shape. I mean, I feel like this is really the one that I think of for Foo Fighters, which is probably the reason why it's a problem. And that's probably why I only recognize Monkey Wrench and Everlong, really. I want to see you do a music tournament bracket, but DMCA would smoke the stream. How would you even do that? Like playing two songs against each other? I don't know. Like Foo Fighters are kind of like they are kind of like there's something they are like they are grunge Rise Against. They found their sound and their vibe, and you will never make them lose it in their lives. I think I don't know. Saying you prefer Red Hot Chili Peppers to Foo Fighters is, at that point, I feel like we're really just rolling around the mud, you know? You and I are just rolling around the mud, and we're like, who gets covered more? It's gonna be me. I can't think of Foo Fighters as anything other than the AIDS denialism band since I learned about it. They are insane. Yes, that's true. That's true. The best! The best! I'm just making my point. I know you're making your point, but I'm saying in acknowledgement of your point that if we are boiling down to discussing Red Hot Chili Peppers against Foo Fighters, we're like we've already lost, you know? We've already lost. The news clip is so evil. Puddle of Mud. I do like Puddle of Mud. But when I say that I like Puddle of Mud, what I really mean is I heard Blurry on the radio and I liked it. You know, everything's so blurry. You ever hear that song before? Foo Fighters AIDS denialism.
If you're in a rock band, you need a hell of a lot more than a limo, a mansion, and a tour jacket in a glass case at the Hard Rock Cafe. You need a cause. Daniel Johns from Silverchair lends his name to animal liberation. Rage Against the Machine's Tom...
The best. The best. The best. The best. I'm not doing that. I'm not going in there. It said that Tom Morello got arrested for arguing like sweat labor camp things. Whatever, dude. Yeah, the F. The F. The F. I like that a lot. The F. I missed Romola before she fell for all this left-wing propaganda. What? Should I? No, no, no. You're not getting me on that one. Like what before I fell for all this left-wing propaganda, you want me to play fucking fighting games? Me? What are you, a freak? Stop asking me to play them. Let me make sure. Rents due. I'm playing Damon and Baby. It's already been said you got to meet the money expensive goal before we get fighting games. That's true. Yeah, I need 150 subs on the dot before I will be able to afford a fighting game. And by that I mean a patch. And by that I mean I do need to rebuy Strive because I deleted it from my account permanently, like I said I would after the Palestinian fundraiser. So yeah, you have to ask them to do it. I was like, I already gave you $50. Now take it away from me. That's what I said. Well, it was Strive. I got it for free back in the day when I was a big shot. Before the leftist propaganda took me, you know? Back when I was a part of the petty bourgeoisie, you know? Back then. Hi, Romola. I haven't been online in 3 years. I'm a Republican gamer asking you to do an FADC. You DP, then you dash, but you need meter. All right. Let's read a book. Or let's read a pamphlet. Let's continue reading a pamphlet. Yeah, back when money was expensive, just less expensive. Expensive in the ways that it bothered everybody else but me, but less expensive in the way that it didn't affect me. The actual last fighting game question I remember asking in here was about TK inputs. I feel like every so often I do get random questions about fighting games, but they're like very specific. Like people will come in here and ask me about like a Soul Exerd matchup. Like I'm the Forbidden Scrolls or the Forbidden Holocron, you know? I kind of like it. If you come in here and you do this, I mean the link in stream chat looks fun. I'm gonna look at it after. I'm gonna look at it after. I don't want to get distracted. I will get so easily distracted. I asked and you explained and then we're like, come on guys, that one wasn't so bad. Yeah, exactly. I like helping people. The problem is a lot of I think it's just because a lot of the I mean it's when I was playing what's that game, you know? Counselor Ronnie reporting for duty. What was that? Hypnospace, right? Hypnospace Outlaw? You started talking about fighting games and gagged. No, I was caught. I like a, I don't know. Well, maybe it was like a spiritual fighting game hairball or something, you know. It's because of the dudes that would come in here and be like, you know, dudes would come in here and be like, why don't you play fighting games anymore? Are you insane? It's like, why can't I just leave, you know? Everyone comes in here like I'm a drug addict. Let's just get rid of money. I'm not in the mood to start on this one again. I designed a system for this. For if I'm doing a lecture and somebody asks about something that I cannot directly engage with without separating from the lecture. One more dust loop from old time's sake. You shook me when you said you would hop in Tekken on one condition. I mean, I like Miguel. Miguel is fun. But even if it's like I'd play Miguel just to get angry at Tekken, I mean, I'd still have like 2 to 3 days of fun, you know? What's wrong with that? Have a good little time. There's a type of FGC online weirdo who enjoys them vicariously through influencers in order to continue their own suffering. I think that is true, but I actually think it's a little more of a wider problem. Uh because like even before I discussed fighting game, like learning and fighting games, trying to explain this stuff in team games is actually what got me into fighting games. It's just like there's just like a block with how some people think, both in how they choose to absorb information, right? But also in how a lot of people tend to like engage with stuff. We kind of talked about it before. There's a lot of people out there whose their identity does boil down to just purely their consumption of things, right? And I don't know, I find it kind of fascinating. Communism dust loop would be fire. It would be. Give me the frame data on Lenin's pamphlets. How much of that is just thinking he's hot? I mean, Miguel is hot, but I like it's B1. It's back one. That's my shit, you know? Like that. He does that. And then you're like, ugh, when you flop, right? All right. The Constituent Assembly in the Soviet Republic. So before we start here, I'm going to give you a little bit of context, a little bit of historical context for this one. The Constituent Assembly is actually it is a essentially parliament that was built up in, I believe, I want to say February. It's February or July. It's like in that span of time. Basically, unsurprisingly, World War One, not a popular war at all, right? It starts out being a popular war for nationalism, which begins like a major socialist split um in the international at the time, although it had already kind of been brewing in the background for a while. um the the Bolsheviks at this time had been exiled to, I mean, across Europe. Lenin was in Switzerland at this time, um while a revolution is being essentially carried out on essentially being carried out by a lot of the not Bolsheviks, but you know, socialists adjacent to Bolsheviks, or some socialists that were related to uh, some socialists that were associated with the Bolsheviks, but were more like moderate and willing to compromise, right? Um, look, don't try to get me right now. I'm not laughing at anything you guys are saying. I'm looking at the Lenin cat, and I just like the Lenin cat. It's he's a cool cat. Big Daddy Cool, as we call him around here. Romola, I watched Cocaine Bear last night. It got me thinking about Past Us. Maybe we could bear the hatchet? Question mark. Cocaine. No. The Constituent Assembly was the revolutionary parliamentary system that they put into place after this revolution that overthrows the Tsar, basically. And they have a provisional government instead. I talked a little bit about this yesterday. Essentially, while the Soviets are being built up from the ground level, from a bottom up kind of approach of like these villages are making their own Soviets, these factories are all forming their own councils and worker councils. At the same time, there is a revolution that tries to centralize the authority of this revolution at that same time. So essentially, there are two revolutions happening at once, but on different levels of the government. And this creates a flaw where the Constituent Assembly and the Soviets are both the government authority, but they're clashing against each other in terms of what they can really do or implement because of that. There is no one single government at this point. There are like two mixtures of government. This is why when we talk about the USSR and it being built out of the ashes, it's very, very important to understand that the history of the USSR, of how it becomes a state, as it becomes an entity, right? Why there's a lot of like weird, finicky, bureaucratic shit. Because essentially, when this happens, they begin to implement a lot of these revolutionary thought processes, right? Until about April. April, Lenin comes back and says, fuck the Constituent Assembly. This is bourgeois nonsense. All power to the Soviets. We want all the power to be focused directly on these councils, these worker councils, right? And what ends up happening is they plan to run an election. And in this election, it is a like think of it as an election that is mostly socialist. Mostly socialist. Um the level of socialism per party, like when we're talking about leftist parties at this time, I'm going to start listing a few off the top of my head so you understand how fucked up this is. There is the SRs, the Socialist Revolutionaries. There are right SRs, left SRs, and moderate SRs. There's also a subdivision faction in this as the center, or like the popular socialists is what they're called. Ironically, the popular socialists are the least popular one and falls the first, earlier than everything else. The left SRs in the SR camp splits from the left SRs on their own and becomes a part of a coalition with the Bolsheviks. Then, on top of that, there are the Trudoviks. The Trudoviks are essentially agrarian socialists who are more focused primarily on land reform, less so on like, the implementation of the workers' laws surrounding, urban centers, less so, more so on, rural countryside shit. Again, at this time, the USSR had a major issue with the rich essentially buying up all the land and like hoarding it for their own wealth. Because back then, they didn't rent. You did not rent these places. You worked as your rent. So you would essentially buy land, then have people rent it, and by renting the land, they would be your labor, right? So it was essentially a very lucrative business to actually be able to accumulate land like this, right? So land reform, even from the more moderate sides of the socialists, where we would not really consider them like socialists in the same way today, uh, as like, they're more social democratic, right? As opposed to like social democratic, maybe bordering more towards democratic socialism. But uh that's like, again, like, just it's really to just explain to you that there are a lot of leftist camps in this, right? There are a lot of leftist camps that are fighting against each other, and that's not even including the Bolsheviks, right? Who the Bolsheviks are a part of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party has three factions: the Mensheviks, the majority, who or sorry, the minority, and the Bolsheviks, who are the majority, even though when these identifiers are listed, it's actually the opposite that is the case. Again, you have to think about it from class. If you're not thinking about it from class, it will just fry your fucking brain. Essentially, Lenin is saying that his position is the majority, right? But then there's also the maximalists. Maximalists are essentially like very hard line, a lot more strict to the theory of Marx implementation, right? So there are a lot of factions at in this election, and a lot of them are socialists. Most of the non-socialists go to the liberal flag, and they register under the cadets, which end up not doing particularly well at all. But essentially, it's a genuine election. The Constituent Assembly's election ends up being a majority to the social revolutionaries, right? After the SRs get the position of power or win the election, Lenin says essentially to the parliament, hey guys, I know you guys won this election, but are you really for the revolution? And everyone else was like, what? What are you talking about? Lenin's like, are you really for the revolution? Are you legit for the revolution? And everyone's like, what? No. Like, I mean, we won the election. What do you mean? This is essentially Lenin's way. It's a very silly way of describing Lenin's perspective on essentially the class structure of the organization, right? So he's saying, are you guys willing to allow us, the Bolsheviks, to have control, to maintain control of the government while you do this? And the SRs are like, no, we won the election. And Lenin says, oh, so it's treason. And then after that, I think it's a day before the Soviet election, again, you have to remember there's two governments happening at the same time, with two government structures that are independently occurring at once. So I know this sounds fucking insane, but this is why, again, understanding the history of it is super important to getting it, right? And this is why I've already talked a lot about the French or the Paris Commune, right? Because a lot of Lenin's thinking from his own writings from 1905 on are very observant of these connections, and especially of the apathy from, or not the apathy, I should say, but there is a certain momentum that comes out of seeing the Paris Commune fall, right? Is Lenin on the side of the Soviets or the parliament? Right now, he's on the Soviet side. Soon, he will be on neither side. And this kind of, again, gets into a little bit of the complexity around engaging with Lenin on a lot of his work. Because the issue with Lenin is not that he didn't write enough. It is that he wrote too much, essentially. Like, I cannot even imagine how many, like, say, articles are preserved on the Marxist on like internet archive, but like easily from 1905 1906 on, and even before that, like he's writing into, like, literally in the 1890s. He has consistently engaged with the news and he's posted about it. So even for some people who criticize his implementation of theory or how he's done things on the ground, he usually, even after he assumes power, he is still making posts. He's still doing blog posts. So Parliament has a bunch of these SR parties, and then they did the voting, but Lenin was against them. Yes. Lenin essentially felt that the SRs were not willing to actually implement a actual like a function of defending the revolutionary state, right? And why Lenin does this and like the specifics surrounding it are like, it's very like he said, she said sort of thing. They said, But I would say if you look at the history tied to it with what he's talking about, and when a lot of the revolutionaries, especially from like the more radical camp, like not Second International, but like the what would become the Third International, right? The disaffected socialists of the Second International took a lot of they took a lot out of the fall of the Paris Commune, because again, it was the first implementation of the actual Marxist state, right? Without much of the like discovery and thought process that we've all kind of gone through and where we're at now, right? It was early on in the theory's life, you could say, right? That's why Marx doesn't typically do a lot of revisions of his work back then. But this is one reason why one of the main revisions he did was actually in the Communist Manifesto after the French or the Paris Commune. So you know what the assembly is. Essentially, it is a parliamentary system of like social democrats to like communist politicians, individuals, and they are doing their work on the they're doing their work on implementing a constitution, hence the name, right? Lenin comes back in about April, I believe. Let me double check because I want to make sure this is correct. I believe it's called the April Theses. Yes, the April Theses. And we'll read a little bit from it. So this is essentially, he comes back to Russia and he comes in with this pamphlet. He comes in hot with a pamphlet. He is not a part of the revolution at all while most of this has happened, right? He is exiled in Switzerland. And in fact, how he comes back to Russia from Switzerland is the Germans wanted to send him as a destabilizer for Russia at that time. And so they send him on a train through Switzerland, or from Switzerland through Sweden, through Finland to Russia. And when he arrives, he gives his big talk. I did not arrive in Petrograd until the night of April the 3rd, and therefore at the meeting on April 4th, I could, of course, deliver the report on the tasks of the revolutionary proletariat only on my own behalf, and with reservations as to insufficient preparation. The only thing I could do to make things easier for myself and for honest opponents was to prepare these theses in writing. I read them out and gave them to Comrade Seretelli. I read them twice very slowly. Little bit of a funny bit here. Lenin was such a yapper that it was very common for the people that would actually like be writing down his speeches to just cut random bits of his speech in the moment because he was just doing the extremes of yapping. I mean, I get it. So when he says I read them twice very slowly, you know, he's really playing into that. First at a meeting of Bolsheviks, then at a meeting of both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. I published these personal theses of mine with only the briefest explanatory notes, which were developed in far greater detail in the report. Theses. 1. In our attitude towards the war, which under the new provisional government of Lvov and co. Again, this is the temporary provisional government that is referenced by this Constituent Assembly, right? So there's a revolutionary movement. They overthrow the Tsar, and there is essentially a clash over if they even want to be done with the war. Understanding World War I is even more complicated than this, which sounds a little insane by today's standards, but back then there was a big issue of everyone knew the war was bad, but also everyone did not want to lose, which I know sounds kind of crazy, but I mean, considering what happened to the losers of World War One, maybe they were right to be a little nervous, you know. unquestionably remains on Russia's part a predatory imperialist war owing to the capitalist nature of that government. Not the slightest concession to revolutionary defensism is permissible. Revolutionary defensism that he's talking about here is essentially like it is. There were a lot of camps of socialists at this time. There were the ones that wanted the war to progress as a form of accelerationism. There were ones that wanted the war to end because it's purely imperialist. There were ones that liked the war, but essentially wanted to end because of the damage it was wreaking. And then there were people that did not like the war, but they liked the kind of chaos it brew for like establishing class consciousness. There are actually about 4 or 5 different factions arguing this at this time, so it's a lot more of an issue than you may think. A war that is messing up all the participants, but no one is prepared to lose by backing down. Seems current somehow. The Thinker. Yeah, I'm glad you posted The Thinker, or otherwise I wouldn't have been able to think about that. The class-conscious proletariat can give its consent to a revolutionary war, which would really justify revolutionary defensism only on one condition. A, that the power pass with the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants align with the proletariat. B, that all annexations be renounced in deed and not in word. That a complete break be effected in actual fact with all capital interests. In view of the undoubted honesty of those broad sections of the mass believers in revolutionary defensism who accept the war only as a necessity and not as a means of conquest, in view of the fact that they are being deceived by the bourgeoisie, it is necessary with particular thoroughness, persistence, and patience to explain their error to them, to explain the inseparable connection existing between capital and the imperialist war, and to prove that without overthrowing capital, it is impossible to end the war by a truly democratic peace, a peace not imposed by violence. The most widespread campaign for this view must be organized in the army at the front. Fraternization. Pardon me. 2. The specific feature of the present situation in Russia is that the country is passing from the first stage of the revolution. This is what we talked about yesterday in regards to the validity of orthodox Marxist theory to implementing revolution. At the time, there was a thought process that you had to essentially go from serfdom or feudalism to capitalism to socialism. And that train, like that arc, could not be disrupted, right? So that is what he's referring to here, which, owing to the insufficient class consciousness and organization of the proletariat, placed power in the hands of the bourgeoisie to its second stage, right? Which must place power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants. This transition is characterized, on the one hand, by a maximum of legally recognized rights. Russia is now the freest of all belligerent countries in the world. On the other, by the absence of violence towards the masses. And finally, by their unreasoning trust in the government of capitalists, those worst enemies of peace and socialism. This peculiar situation demands of us an ability to adapt ourselves to the specific conditions of party work among unprecedentedly large masses of proletarians who have just awakened to political life. 3. No support for the provisional government. The utter falsity of all its promises should be made clear, particularly of those relating to the renunciation of annexations. Exposure in place of the impermissible illusion-breeding demand that this government, a government of capitalists, should cease to be an imperialist government. So what this is referring to is kind of the root of what World War I was really about, right? It is essentially about the accumulation of wealth through annexations of territory, right? Because at this point, the empires were all at a big standstill, right? In terms of global power. We talked about this a little bit a few days ago, but as a brief summary, essentially, like, I think for Russia wanted to take a lot of they wanted to maintain their control over the Baltics. They were interested in going more into Central Asia. They were interested in maintaining Finland as well. Finland was also a goal for Germany at that point. The specific desires of each country varies, but just essentially there is a land there is an interest in land that is relevant here. Most of it for Russia just correlates to like the Black Sea or the Middle East, like Iraq, uh, Iran, Armenia, Turkey, right? I mean, the Ottomans at that time, right? The Ottomans are who we're talking about. Recognition of the fact that in most of the Soviets of workers' deputies in our party, renunciation of annexations implies you let annexed territories form their own states. Yes, it is essentially saying that you will not engage in just trying to take over this land for the sake of it. It can be a little bit of it can be a little bit of like it can mean literally trying to annex new land for capital gain, but it can also mean the interest in just maintaining that land, right? Like kind of referring to the fact that these states, a lot of them, even if they were liberal, Republican states, they usually still had like puppets of some form or capacity, right? Like England had the Commonwealth, right? And literally the Commonwealth itself is kind of a tree of these annexations you could kind of look at for what he's talking about, right? There are annexations that can mean like literally attempting to grab new territory that does not belong to you, right? Of annexing territory that you have no legal right to. Won't they get annexed by other empires? That part of it is a little, that part's the iffy part, because that also is kind of dependent on the politics of the region. There are aspects that were untouchable, right? Like there is the Monroe Doctrine for essentially that, like saying if Americas are off the, where is that Teddy Roosevelt image of like him with the cannon? Hold on. This is a real cartoon. There were a lot of consensus. There was a lot of a consensus surrounding there were a lot of dynamics that were very regionally dependent on there were a lot of regions that were dependent on the geopolitics of the time, right? Basically, like it's a wide net that I can't really describe, because each region had interests, uh even in like regions that weren't as developed or maybe were already being coveted, right? Russia, for example, was very interested in the Balkans, right? um the Balkans are a great example because Ottomans wanted to safeguard the Balkans as a whole from their history. And then Russia framed themselves as being the protectors of like Slavic Christendom in the Balkans. And that was like one reason for a lot of their uh, goals of annexation, right? Like the circumstances and the specifics surrounding them are, they're a lot more dependent on the region or like the imperialist power in question, right? Ukraine's a bit of a modern example. They ceded their nuclear weapons following independence from the USSR in exchange for security guarantees. Of course, it meant nothing, but that's not new or unique either. Yes. But basically, like it can be, yes, like okay, in this time period, there is a like we kind of talked about yesterday too, there was a kind of swing of nationalism in the 1800s, and some regions that got this nationalism were later than others. right? Some essentially developed nationalism on their own quite early. Some took a long time to build these things together. The Ottomans are a great example of trying to be like widespread, like they carried on their legacy from the Middle Ages of being like the, you know, we want to be the safeguarders of this area. We want to keep this zone safe. While there's also a lot of nationalistic fervor from inside and out. And this is actually something that kind of contributes to the fall of the Ottomans, is that they're like, even within the 18th century, they're starting to kind of weaken. And by World War One, they're on the way out, basically. So understand it is very like, this is kind of why I'm a little annoying about the history of these things for analyzing the theory, because when I say that it is very much so regionally dependent, it is maybe more true than you may even realize. Like, nationalism at this time isn't quite as developed, or that's not true. This is in 1917. But nationalism in the way that we think about it, like, let me give you an example of Germany. Germany was like 52 different states at the time. 52 states at the time. They were split into like very small scale kingdoms and fiefdoms. And nationalism for Germany is kind of one of the main unifying factors from how it goes from like Prussia to Germany as a state that we know. And even then, it's not even Germany itself, like Prussia at the time. Prussia was not even the only ones advocating to be the face of German nationalism at the time, which may sound insane today, but this is kind of what I mean. It's a lot more complicated than you may think because of it. Like, Austria-Hungary wanted to be the like, also the like, oh, we take care of the Germans. We're looking after the Germans. We're a wide net that wants to look after all these Germans, you know, oh, Habsburgs, right? And like Prussia did the same thing. Prussia won in the end. But like, even something like German national identity was not a united individual thing. It was fought over for who could be the leader of that that movement, right? So even like nationalism had a bit of a development to even its implementation in the ways that we recognize today, right? We are chill bros, Jews, Slavs, Muslims, Slav extinct. Yeah, everyone gets to chill. That was the Ottomans. Literally, their whole point was like, they, I mean, the Ottomans did some fuck shit too, but they do kind of carry off that train of thought. The Austro-Hungary thing is interesting because Prussians didn't see them as part of the club. Yes, exactly. Like, it's that is like a fact that we talk about today, and we're like, of course the Austrian Hungarians, the Hungarians were like not interested in you know, being heads of the Germans. Like, well, who would think that? Like, who gives a fuck? But like, at the time, you said that if you said like, oh, Austria-Hungary wants to be the face of Germany, of German nationalism, people would just be like, well, yeah, that makes sense. that makes sense, sure. I mean, they looking after Hungarians and Slavs and Germans already, and Poles, right? I mean, Italy, right? It's a lot messier looking back, for sure. I would have handled the situation. Yeah, me too. Recognition of the fact that in most of the Soviets of workers' deputies, annexing a state that has a nationalistic identity is not easy. No, not at all. That's like kind of the nationalism has created an interesting dynamic today of how we view states as a whole. And like, I would say like a good example of this that I've used in the past is the Winter War or the Chinese what is it? The war against Japan. The Second Sino-Japanese War. And even Iran today are great examples where there's an imperial power that is like knocking on the door. And even though there are a lot of camps internally that may clash against each other and may not even ideologically agree, they may unite because they're like, it's either we unite and fight off this imperialist force, or we're just going to be destroyed and annexed as part of this state, right? It's a very common concept nowadays, for sure. And is one also reason why a lot of hard power from pre-40, like pre-World War II, is not really a thing anymore in the same way. You can't just force these things like you kind of used to, right? But that's not to say that it's purely nationalism that makes them think that way. But for a lot of people, it's like a very easy thing for them to associate with because they may have some sort of nationalism tied to their identification of the state as it is, right? Recognition of the fact that in most of the Soviet of workers' deputies, our party is in a minority, so far a small minority, against a bloc of all the petty bourgeois opportunist elements, from the popular socialists and the socialist revolutionaries, down to the organizing committee, Shekze, Soretsteli, Steklov, etc., who have yielded to the influence of the bourgeoisie and spread that influence among the proletariat. The masses must be made to see that the Soviets of workers' deputies are the only possible form of revolutionary government, and that therefore our task is, as long as this government yields to the influence of the bourgeoisie, to present a patient, systematic, and persistent explanation of the errors of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. As long as we are in the minority, we carry on the work of criticizing and exposing errors, and at the same time, we preach the necessity of transferring the entire state power to the state Soviets of workers' deputies, so that the people may overcome their mistakes by experience. 5. Not a parliamentary republic. To return to a parliamentary republic from the Soviets of workers' deputies would be a retrograde step, but a republic of Soviet of workers, agricultural laborers, and peasants' deputies throughout the country from top to bottom. Abolition of the police, the army, and the bureaucracy. The salaries of all officials, all of whom are elective and displaceable at any time, not to exceed the average wage of a competent worker. 6. The weight of emphasis in the agrarian program to be shifted to the Soviets of agricultural labor's deputies. Confiscation of all landed estates. Nationalization of all lands in the country, the land to be disposed of by the local Soviets of agricultural laborers and peasants' deputies. The organization of separate Soviets of deputies of poor peasants. The setting up of a model farm on each of the large estates, ranging in size from 100 to 300 desiatines, according to local and other conditions, into the decisions of the local bodies, under the control of the Soviets of agricultural laborers' deputies and for the public account. 7. The immediate union of all banks in the country into a single national bank and the institution of control over it by the Soviets of workers' deputies. Remember what we talked about with the Paris little flashback. It is not our immediate task to introduce socialism, but only bring social production and the distribution of products at once under the control of the Soviets of workers' deputies. 9. Party tasks. Immediate convocation of a party congress. B. Alternation of the party program, mainly 1. On the question of imperialism and the imperialist war. On our attitude towards the state and our demand for a commune state. 3. Amendment of our out-of-date minimum program. C. Change of the party name. 10. A new international. We must take the initiative in creating a revolutionary international, an international against the social chauvinists and against the center. In order that the reader may understand why I had to emphasize, especially as a rare exception of the case of honest opponents, I invite him to compare the above theses with the following objection by Mr. Goldenberg. Lenin, he said, has planted the banner of civil war in the midst of revolutionary democracy, quoted in number 5 of Mr. Plekhanov's Jedinstavo. Sorry. Isn't it a gem? I write, announce, and elaborately explain, in view of the undoubted honesty of the broad sections of the mass believers in revolutionary defensism, in view of the fact that they are being deceived by the bourgeoisie, it is necessary with particular thoroughness, persistence, and patience to explain their error to them. Yet the bourgeois gentlemen who call themselves social democrats, who do not belong to either the broad sections or to the mass believers in defensism, with serene brow present my views thus. The banner of civil war, of which there's not a word in the thesis or not a word in my speech, has been planted in the midst of revolutionary democracy. What does this mean? In what way does this differ from riot inciting agitation, from Russkaya Volia? I write, announce, and elaborately explain. The Soviets of workers' deputies are the only possible form of revolutionary government, and therefore our task is to present a patient, systematic, and persistent explanation of the errors of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. Yet, opponents of a certain brand present my views as a call to civil war in the midst of revolutionary democracy. I attack the provisional government for not having appointed an earlier date, or any date at all, for the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and for confining itself to promises. I argued that without the Soviets of workers and the soldiers' deputies, the convocation of this Constituent Assembly is not guaranteed and success is impossible. The view is attributed to me that I am opposed to the speedy convocation of the Constituent Assembly. I would call this raving had not decades of political struggle taught me to regard honesty in opponents as a rare exception. Mr. Plekhanov in his paper called my speech raving. Very good, Mr. Plekhanov. But look how awkward, uncouth, and slow-witted you are in your polemics. If I delivered a raving speech for 2 hours, how is it that an audience of hundreds tolerated this raving? Further, why does your paper devote a whole column to an account of the raving? Inconsistent, highly inconsistent. It is, of course, much easier to shout, abuse, and howl than attempt to relate, to explain, to recall what Marx and Engels said in 1871, 1872, and 1875 about the experience of the Paris Commune and about the kind of state the proletariat needs. See the Civil War in France and Critique of the Gotha program. Ex-Marxist Mr. Plekhanov evidently does not care to recall Marxism. I quoted the words of Rosa Luxemburg, who on August 4th, 1914, called German social democracy a, quote, stinking corpse. And the Plekhanovs, Goldenbergs, and co. feel offended? On whose behalf? On behalf of the German chauvinists, because they were called chauvinists. They have gotten themselves into a mess. These poor Russian social chauvinists. Socialists in word and chauvinists in deed. Here's some notes. 1, i.e. the standing army to be replaced by the arming of the whole people. Plekhanov. Sorry, it's the Finnish brain. My Finnish brain is doing an anti-Russian defense mechanism. Plekhanov. Okay. Plekhanov. There we go. Instead of social democracy, whose official leaders throughout the world have betrayed socialism and deserted to the bourgeoisie, the defensists, and the facilitating Kautskyites, we must call ourselves the Communist Party. So now that we've done all that, now we can get to the main part. So you can see Lenin's argument is essentially he is engaging purely on the question surrounding class, right? He is almost like to his detriment, right? Almost to a detriment, like unwavering in his analysis from a class point of view, right? Um, so a lot of his kind of perspective on the Constituent Assembly is like, if you are unwilling to implement the dynamics that lead to a successful socialist state by ignoring the historical examples, are you even socialist or are you just counter-revolutionary, right? Let's just say these leftists have been infighting and they loved it for a long time. Have a good time, Hyper. Enjoy the arcade. All right. The question of the Constituent Assembly and its dispersal by the Bolsheviks is the crux of Kautsky's entire pamphlet. He constantly reverts to it, and the whole of this literary production of the ideological leader of the Second International is replete with innuendos to the effect that the Bolsheviks have, quote, destroyed democracy. See one of the quotations from Kautsky above. The question is really an interesting and important one, because the relation between bourgeois democracy and proletarian democracy here confronted the revolution in a practical form. Let us see how our Marxist theoretician has dealt with the question. He quotes the Theses on the Constituent Assembly written by me and published in Pravda in December 26, 1917. One would think that no better evidence of Kautsky's serious approach to the subject, quoting as he does the document, could be desired. But look how he quotes. He does not say that there were 19 of these theses. He does not say that they were dealt with in relation between the ordinary bourgeois republic with a constituent assembly and a Soviet republic, as well with the history of the divergence in our revolution between the constituent assembly and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Kautsky ignores all that and simply tells the reader that, quote, two of them, of the theses, are particularly important. One stating that a split occurred among the socialist revolutionaries after the elections to the Constituent Assembly, but before it was convened. Kautsky does not mention that this was the fifth thesis, and the other, that the Republic of Soviets is in general a higher democratic form than the Constituent Assembly. Kautsky does not mention that this was the third thesis. Very gigachet of Lenin to come to the end of a bourgeoisie revolution, make it into a communist one. I know. Like, one thing that is important to remember about this example is, again, I want to remind you, he does highlight these two things very well, right? From here, the Constituent Assembly and a Soviet Republic, as well as the history of divergence in a revolution between the Constituent Assembly and the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? He is pointing towards the fact that there is already a sort of like a class structure implemented for proletarian democracy in the way that is more class focused, right? Because in contrast to literally every single other republic at the time, every other democracy at the time, it was the only one that was built from a lot of villagers on the local level building their own governments that built into a regional government and so on. Like, it was the definition of a bottom-up democracy contrasting against the constituent assemblies, like, top-down, right? So again, he is beating Kautsky's ass a little here. I just think it's a shame that every leftist revolution somehow ends with the blacks all getting the firing squad. Which revolution are you thinking of? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. how do I describe this? I mean, now we're getting into like, I mean, this is just, I don't even want to do the, this is like anarchist versus communist infighting shit from that time that goes back to like literally the first international, right? So I'm not gonna really indulge in it, but I'll just say that there is, for a very long time, uh I mean, socialists and anarchists have clashed quite harshly for a long time, even from like almost the origins of the like Marxist identity, right? Like that was one of the big major splits early on into Marxist theory, is like the split between the anarchists and the Marxists, right? Lenin definitely did not fuck with anarchists whatsoever. And I do think that it is a little bit of a, again, like a product of the time of how the socialists in general viewed anarchists. Again, it's very there is a constant, there's a constant glancing over to the Paris Commune as in leading example. But besides that, it's a lot of just working with what Marx and Engels had noticed and essentially applying their own localized regional cultural theories or identities to these things, right? So I think like there are aspects of it I do not understand for sure. But I also think like in the same way there was a lot of like excesses in especially the early ons of the USSR, right? I think there's like almost, there's almost like an over reaction in that way, in the same sort of manner that they kind of, because the fear was that they did not do enough to preserve the Paris Commune, I think it almost led a lot of the Marxists at the time to be a little insane when it came to like entrenching their position. Um and I mean, I definitely, I don't want to say I don't blame them because some of the shit was truly deranged, but I'm definitely very understanding of how they could get to that point uh with the context of the history they've already had, right? Um but I am, you know, maybe a little revisionist of me, but I'm not particularly uh someone interested in dunking on anarchists. So where was I? Here we go. Only from this third thesis does Kautsky quote a part in full, namely the following passage. The Republic of Soviets is not only a higher type of democratic institution, as compared with the usual bourgeois republic crowned by a constituent assembly, but it is the only form capable of securing the most painless transition to socialism. Pardon me. Kautsky omits the word usual and the introductory words for the thesis, for the transition from the bourgeois to the socialist system, for the dictatorship of the proletariat. After quoting these words, Kautsky, with magnificent irony, exclaims, quote, "It is a pity that this conclusion was arrived at only after the Bolsheviks found themselves in the minority of the Constituent Assembly. Before that, no one had demanded it more vociferously than Lenin." This is literally what Kautsky says on page 31 of his book. It is positively a gem. Only a sycophant of the bourgeoisie could present the question in such a false way as to give the reader the impression that all the Bolsheviks' talk about a higher type of state was an invention which saw light of day after they found themselves in the minority of the Constituent Assembly. Such an infamous lie could only have been uttered by a scoundrel who has sold himself to the bourgeoisie, or what is absolutely the same thing, who has placed his trust in Axelrod and is concealing the source of information. Again, he's basically saying you're a little pussy bitch who just listens to some other socialist who doesn't know his shit. For everyone knows that on that very day of my arrival on Russia in April 4th, 1917, I publicly read my theses, which I proclaimed the superiority of the Paris Commune type of state over the bourgeois parliamentary republic. We just read it. We know that's true. Afterwards, I repeatedly stated this in print, as, for instance, in a pamphlet on political parties, which was translated into English and was published in January 1918 in the New York Evening Post. I didn't even know that. The Evening Post, the bourgeois newspaper in New York from 1801, for a number of years it followed a liberal policy. After the October Socialist Revolution, it published a secret treaties concluded between the Allies and the Tsarist government. It's the New York Post? Oh my God. Subsequently became the mouthpiece for the most reactionary imperialist circles. It now appears at the New York Post. Holy shit, I didn't even know that. Oh my God. That blows my mind. I did not even know that. More than that, the conference of the Bolshevik Party held at the end of April 1917 adopted the resolution to the effect that a proletarian and peasant republic was superior to a bourgeois parliamentary republic, that our party would not be satisfied with the latter, and that the party program should be modified accordingly. In face of these facts, what name can be given to Kautsky's trick of assuring his German readers that I had been vigorously demanding the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and that I began to belittle the honor and dignity of the Constituent Assembly only after the Bolsheviks found themselves in the minority in it? How can one excuse such a trick? Incidentally, there are as many Menshevik lies of this kind in Kautsky's pamphlet. It is a lampoon written by an embittered Menshevik. End quote from Lenin, midway through. By pleading that Kautsky did not know the facts, if that is the case, why did he undertake to write about them? Or why did he not honestly announce that he was writing on the strength of information supplied by the Mensheviks, Stein and Axelrod and co.? By pretending to be objective, Kautsky wants to conceal his role as a servant of the Mensheviks, who are disgruntled because they have been defeated. This, however, is a mere trifle compared to what is to come. Let us assume that Kautsky would not or could not, obtain from his informants a translation of the Bolshevik resolutions and declarations on the question of whether the Bolsheviks would be satisfied with a bourgeois parliamentary democratic republic or not. Let us assume this, although it is incredible. But Kautsky directly mentions my theses on December 26, 1917, on page 30 of his book. Does he not know these theses in full, or does he know only what was translated for him by the Steins, the Axelrods, and co.? Kautsky quotes the third thesis on the fundamental question of whether the Bolsheviks, before the election to the Constituent Assembly, realized that a Soviet republic is superior to a bourgeois republic, and whether they told the people that. But he keeps silent about the second thesis. The second thesis reads as follows. While demanding the convocation of a Constituent Assembly, revolutionary social democracy has, ever since the beginning of the Revolution of 1917, repeatedly emphasized that a republic of Soviets is a higher form of democracy than the usual bourgeois republic with a Constituent Assembly. My italics. In order to represent the Bolsheviks as an unprincipled people, as revolutionary opportunists, quote, this is a term which Kautsky employs somewhere in his book, I forget in which connection, Mr. Kautsky has concealed from his German readers the fact that the theses contains a direct reference to repeated declarations. These are the petty, miserable, and contemptible methods Mr. Kautsky employs. That is the way he has evaded the theoretical question. Is it true or not that the bourgeois democratic parliamentary republic is inferior to the republic of the Paris Commune or Soviet type? This is the whole point, and Kautsky has evaded it. Kautsky has forgotten all that Marx has said in his analysis of the Paris Commune. He has also forgotten Engels' letter to Bebel of March 28, 1875, in which this same idea of Marx is formulated in a particularly lucid and comprehensible fashion. Quote, the Commune was no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. End quote. Here is the most prominent theoretician of the Second International in a special pamphlet on the dictatorship of the proletariat, especially dealing with Russia, where the question of a form of state that is higher than a democratic bourgeois republic has been raised directly and repeatedly, ignoring this very question. In what way does this differ, in fact, from desertion to the bourgeois camp? Let us observe in parentheses that in this respect, too, Kautsky is merely trailing after the Russian Mensheviks. Among the latter, there are any number of people who will know, quote, all the quotations from Marx and Engels. Yet not a single Menshevik from April to October 1917 and from October 1917 to October 1918 has ever made a single attempt to examine the question of the Paris Commune type of state. Plekhanov, too, has evaded the question. Evidently, he had to. It goes without saying that to discuss the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly with people who call themselves socialists and Marxists, but who in fact desert to the bourgeoisie on the main question, the question of the Paris Commune type of state, would be casting pearls before swine. It would be sufficient to give the complete text of my theses on the Constituent Assembly as an appendix to the present book. The reader will then see that the question was presented on December 26, 1917, in the light of theory, history, and practical politics. Call outposts haven't changed very much in the last 100 years. I know, right? This Kautsky situation is ridiculous. Should I learn Russian to read Soviet stuff in its original language? I mean, if you want to. I don't think it's I think a lot of the translations at this point, like, they're pretty good. It has been 100 years of translation, right? There's been a lot of time. If Kautsky has completely renounced Marxism as a theoretician, he might at least have examined the question of the struggle of the Soviets with the Constituent Assembly as a historian. We know from many of Kautsky's works that he knew how to be a Marxist historian, and that such works of his will remain a permanent possession of the proletariat in spite of his subsequent apostasy. But on this question, Kautsky, even as a historian, turns his back on the truth, ignores well-known facts, and behaves like a sycophant. He wants to represent the Bolsheviks as being unprincipled, and he tells his readers that they tried to mitigate the conflict with the Constituent Assembly before dispersing it. There is absolutely nothing wrong about it. We have nothing to recant. I give the theses in full, and there it is said clear as clear can be. Gentlemen of the facilitating petty bourgeoisie entrenched in the Constituent Assembly, either reconcile yourselves to the proletarian dictatorship, or else we shall defeat you by revolutionary means. Theses 18 and 19. That is how really a revolutionary proletariat has always behaved and always will behave towards the facilitating petty bourgeoisie. Kautsky adopts a formal standpoint in the question of the Constituent Assembly. My theses say clearly and repeatedly that the interests of the revolution are higher than the formal rights of the Constituent Assembly. See theses 16 and 17. The formal democratic point of view is precisely the point of view of the bourgeois democrat who refuses to admit that the interests of the proletariat and of the proletarian class struggle are supreme. As a historian, Kautsky would not have been able to deny that bourgeois parliaments are the organs of this or that class. But now, for the sordid purpose of renouncing revolution, Kautsky finds it necessary to forget his Marxism, and he refrains from putting the question, the organ of what class was the Constituent Assembly of Russia? Kautsky does not examine the concrete conditions. He does not want to face facts. He does not say a single word to his German readers about the fact that the theses contained not only a theoretical elucidation of the question of the limited character of bourgeois democracy, theses 1 through 3, not only a description of the concrete conditions which determine the discrepancy between the party lists of candidates in the middle of October 1917 and the real state of affairs in December 1917, theses 4 to 6, but also a history of the class struggle and the Civil War in October to December 1917, theses 7 to 15. From this concrete history, we drew the conclusion, theses 14, that the slogan, all power of the Constituent Assembly, had, in reality, became the slogan of the cadets and the Chaldean men and their betters. Again, essentially liberals, petty bourgeois to bourgeois. Kautsky, the historian, fails to see this. Kautsky, the historian, has never heard that universal suffrage sometimes produces petty bourgeois, sometimes reactionary and counter-revolutionary parliaments. Kautsky, the Marxist historian, has never heard that the form of elections, the form of democracy, is one thing, and the class content of the given institution is another. This question of the class content of the Constituent Assembly is directly put and answered in my theses. Perhaps my answer is wrong. Nothing would have been more welcome to us than a Marxist criticism of our analysis by an outsider. Instead of writing utterly silly phrases, of which there are plenty in Kautsky's book, about somebody preventing criticism of Bolshevism, he ought to have set out to make such a criticism. But the point is, he offers no criticism. He does not even raise the question of a class analysis of the Soviets on the one hand, and the Constituent Assembly on the other. It is therefore impossible to argue, to debate with Kautsky. All we can do is demonstrate to the reader why Kautsky cannot be called anything else but a renegade. This is kind of what I mean by, like, Lenin is both made and unraveled by how much he wrote, right? Like, it is all of his arguments ultimately boiled down to in this pamphlet. Like, I already talked about this. I already posted about this, dude. Why aren't you Googling shit? He said, check my Google Docs, but in 1917. The divergence between the Soviets and the Constituent Assembly has its history, which even a historian who does not share the point of view of the class struggle could not have ignored. Kautsky would not touch upon this actual history. Kautsky has concealed from his German readers, the universally known fact, which only malignant Mensheviks now conceal, that the divergence between the Soviets and the general state, that is, bourgeois institutions, existed even under the rule of the Mensheviks, i.e., from the end of February to October 1917. Actually, Kautsky adopts the position of conciliation, compromise, and collaboration between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. However much Kautsky may repudiate this, it is a fact which is borne out by his whole pamphlet. To say that the Constituent Assembly should not have been dispersed is tantamount to saying that the fight against the bourgeoisie should not have been fought to a finish, that the bourgeoisie should not have been overthrown, and that the proletariat should have made peace with them. Why has Kautsky kept quiet about the fact that the Mensheviks were engaged in this inglorious work between February and October 1917 and did not achieve anything? If it was possible to reconcile the bourgeoisie with the proletariat, why didn't the Mensheviks succeed in doing so? Why did the bourgeoisie stand aloof from the Soviets? Why did the Mensheviks call the Soviets revolutionary democracy and the bourgeoisie the property elements? So I'm going to give you this is a very brief summary, but what he's talking about at this point here, which even a historian who does not share the point of view of the class struggle could not have ignored, he is correct. When this revolution happens and essentially these like more moderate socialists come into power, it ends up being a constant clash of power between like the old, more conservative elements, like especially in the army, and also the more like progressive but still more moderate kind of socialists. And a lot of the time frame that he is discussing from like say October or February to October 1917, there is actually very little being done in terms of domestic changes and a lot more essentially politics being fought about like overthrowing this politician, getting this politician out of there, getting that prime minister out of there, like a lot of just political shit, right? So like what he's saying that is, even if you look at the history of the Constituent Assembly clashing against the Soviets, like you cannot deny that there is a deeply rooted class culture in both of these things, right? There is a top down angle from one and a bottom up from the other, right? And it is a very clear distinction, right? I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there are 2 attempted coups in 1917 against these moderate socialists. And the moderate socialists, while unpopular, arm the Bolsheviks who are jailed, and that's how they begin to take over power again. Just so you understand what he's talking about here. Kautsky has concealed from his German readers that it was the Mensheviks who, in the epoch of their rule, February to October, called the Soviets revolutionary democracy, thereby admitting their superiority over all the other institutions. It is only by concealing this fact that Kautsky, the historian, has made it appear that the divergence between the Soviets and the bourgeoisie had no history, that arose instantaneously, without cause, suddenly, because of the bad behavior of the Bolsheviks. Yet, in actual fact, it was the more than 6 months, an enormous period in time of revolution, experience of Menshevik compromise, of their attempts to reconcile the proletariat with the bourgeoisie, that convinced the people of the fruitlessness of these attempts and drove the proletariat away from the Mensheviks. Kautsky admits that the Soviets are an excellent combat organization of the proletariat and that they have a great future before them, but that being the case, Kautsky's position collapses like a house of cards, or like the dreams of a petty bourgeois that the acute struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie can be avoided. For revolution is one continuous and moreover desperate struggle, and the proletariat is the vanguard of all the oppressed, the vanguard class of all the oppressed, the focus and the center of all the aspirations of all the oppressed for their emancipation. Naturally, therefore, the Soviets, as the organ of the struggle of the oppressed people, reflected and expressed the moods and changes of opinion of these people ever so much more quickly, fully, and faithfully than any other institution. That, incidentally, is one of the reasons why Soviet democracy is the highest type of democracy. See, he has essentially flipped it on Kautsky, not even really using a lot of his own unique examples. He has given all of his examples through pointing to all the theses he wrote. Again, live by the post, die by the post. But after already defining that there are these two institutions with very different structures that are built up and, maintained through these different factors, right? Again, the bottom-up nature of the Soviets and the top-down nature of the Constituent Assembly. He is saying that this is merely in shift with the needs and desires of the proletariat, and that by even allying yourself with the Constituent Assembly against the Soviets, you are showing your own sort of lack of connection with the proletariat, right? In the period between February 28, Old Style, and October 25th, 1917, the Soviets managed to convene 2 All-Russia Congresses of Representatives of the overwhelming majority of the population of Russia, of all the workers and soldiers, and of 70 or 80% of the peasants, not to mention the vast number of local Uizod, sorry, Finnish brain, Uz, I'm going to just call it that, town gubernia and regional congresses. During this period, the bourgeoisie did not succeed in convening a single institution representing the majority, except that obvious sham and mockery called the Democratic Conference, which enraged the proletariat. The Constituent Assembly reflected the same popular mood and the same political grouping as the 1st June All-Russia Congress of Soviets. By the time the Constituent Assembly was convened, January 1918, the 2nd, October 1917, and the 3rd, January 1918, Congresses of Soviet had met, both of which had demonstrated as clear could be that the people had swung to the left, had become revolutionized, had turned away from the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, and had passed over to the side of the Bolsheviks. That is, had turned away from petty bourgeois leadership, from the illusion that it was possible to reach a compromise with the bourgeoisie, and joined the proletarian revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. So, even the external history of the Soviets shows the Constituent Assembly was a reactionary body and that its dispersal was inevitable. But Kautsky sticks firmly to his slogan, "Let pure democracy prevail through the revolution. Prevail, though the revolution perish, and the bourgeoisie triumph over the proletariat. Fiat justia, perat mundus." Latin for let justice be done, even though the world may perish. Here are a brief figure relating to the all Russia Congresses of Soviets in the course of history of the Russian Revolution. First, June 3rd, 1917, number of delegates, 790. Number of Bolsheviks, 103. Percent of Bolsheviks, 13%. Second, October 25th, 1917, number of delegates, 675. Number of Bolsheviks, 343. Percentage of Bolsheviks, 51%. Third, number of delegates, 710. Number of Bolsheviks, 434. Percentage of Bolsheviks, 61%. Fourth, March 14th, 1918. Number of delegates, 1,232. Number of Bolsheviks, 795. Percentage of Bolsheviks, 64. Fifth, July 4th, 1918. 1,164. Number of Bolsheviks, 773. Percentage of Bolsheviks, 66%. One glance at these figures is enough to understand why the defense of the Constituent Assembly and talk, like Kautsky's, about the Bolsheviks not having a majority of the population behind them are just ridiculed in Russia. Was Iskar still programming at this point? Were they too busy actually working? At this point, I think most of the pogroms had ended in Russia on like the grandest scale. And that's not to say they didn't happen, but basically like, you know, back like even 10 years before this pamphlet was written, they would be even like, you know, 10 years before this pamphlet was written, they were it was almost like, I mean, there was a systemic oppression of Jews if you just look at the Pale, right? On its own. That it's kind of hard to discuss the sheer extent of like anti-Semitism in Russia. Like it is genuinely hard to kind of begin to engage it, right? But I'm pretty sure like the absolute worst of the pogroms, like literally the ones that inspire Zionist theory, I think they kind of end, I think 1915, if I had to guess. I feel like it happened at the start of World War One or right before World War One. Let's see real quick. Oh, Kanish, it was this one, right? No, there's two of them. God damn it. Yeah, it is 1905. I can't even show you the first image because there's bodies on there. But here's the summary. Basically, this is the last wide scale pogrom I know of from Russia. But like I'm not kidding when I say like there is literally there are whole ass, yes, I'm not kidding when I say this. Like Zionism, like Zionism's formation is deeply, deeply understandable if you view where they were in this time frame, right? It's because a lot of the Zionists ended up being like Russians that were experiencing the worst of pogroms, right? Like it could be anywhere from like it could be anywhere from like, say, we had bad crops basically this year, so we should go kill, you know, Jewish people because that's clearly they fucked with us somehow, right? Like that's literally like it was that ingrained in society at the time. That it was very common for, if there was ever any sort of liberalization or any sort of like, you know, progressive removing authority from the czar, it was usually seen to be a Jewish conspiracy. And so a lot of the pogroms in the early 1900s, late 1800s were like, as the changes begin to really ramp up and there's a lot more pressure, they happen very often and they're quite brutal, right? This pogrom started as a right-wing demonstration against the Tsar's manifesto, which turned into an attack on the Jewish quarter. The pogrom was resisted by Jewish self-defense groups with partial success. Instrumental to organizing the self-defense was the Kishinev branch of Zrei Zion, which is the labor Zionist youth movement that went into Palestine, I guess, who issued a circular calling Jewish youth to organize the resistance to violence. Between 1902 and 1905, the number of Jews in Kishinev decreased from about 60,000 to 53,000, about 12% due to emigration. Last name Zion. No, this is like it's a movement. Like it's labor Zionism, right? Like it's a form of, like, literally it is that's the point, right? It is Zionism in the way that we talk about it. The Kishinev pogrom was a particularly, like, brutal one for history. And in fact, it was used as justification for annexing parts of Latin America for America too, just so you understand. Oh, I don't want to show any of the images of this stuff. It is quite brutal. I'll just give you a brief reading of it. The most popular newspaper in Kishinev, modern day, essentially it's Moldova. At the time, the Russian language anti-Semitic newspaper Bessarets, meaning Bessarabian, published by Pavel Khrushchevin, regularly published articles with headlines such as "Death to the Jews" and "Crusade against the hated race," referring to the Jews. When a Ukrainian boy, Mikhail Rybachenko, was found murdered in the town of Dubasari, about 40 kilometers north of Kishinev, and a girl who committed suicide by poisoning herself was declared dead in a Jewish hospital, the Bessarabets paper insinuated that both children had been murdered by the Jewish community for the purpose of using their blood in preparation of matzo for Passover. Another newspaper, Svet Light, made similar insinuations. These allegations sparked the pogrom. So, understand, yes, it's the same shit. It's none of this shit has changed, right? And this is not like a one-off either. Like, there are so fucking many examples in the Russian Empire. And that's not even counting the Pale again, right? Or the Pale of Settlement. That's it. Here we go. In case you're unfamiliar, just to really emphasize what I'm talking about here, right? The Pale of Settlement was a western region of the Russian Empire with varying borders that existed from 1791 to 1917, de facto until 1915, in which permanent residency by Jewish subjects was not allowed and was allowed and beyond in which permanent residency by Jewish subjects was allowed and beyond which Jewish residency, permanent or temporary, was mostly forbidden. Basically, they were limited to where they could move, right? Most Jews were still excluded from residency in a number of cities within the Pale as well. A few Jews were allowed to live outside the area, including those with university education, the ennobled, members of the most affluent of the merchant guilds, and particular artisans. Some military personnel and their dependents, including families and sometimes servants. Pale is an archaic term meaning an enclosed area. Outside the Pale, Jews were also allowed to settle in certain colonies such as Siberia. Life in the Pale was, for many, economically bleak. Most people relied on small service or artisan work that could not support the number of inhabitants, which resulted in emigration, especially in the 19th century. Even so, Jewish culture, especially Yiddish, developed in the small towns. Intellectual culture developed in the religious schools, and it was also carried abroad. The Russian Empire during the existence of the Pale was predominantly Orthodox Christian, in contrast to the Pale with its large minority of Jewish, Roman Catholic, and until mid 19th century, Eastern Catholic population, although much of modern Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldova are predominantly Eastern Orthodox. While the religious nature of the edicts governing the Pale is clear, conversion to Russian Orthodoxy, the state religion, released individuals from the strictures. Historians argue that the motivations for its creation and maintenance were primarily economic and nationalistic in nature. The end of the enforcement and formal demarcation of the Pale coincided with the beginning of World War I in 1914, when large numbers of Jews fled into the Russian interior to escape the invading Imperial German army. It officially ended in 1917 after the February Revolution and the end of the Russian Empire. So, like, understand, like, it is very easy to understand how Zionism as an ideology is born out of this region. It's quite easy to see. Like, let's not kid ourselves, right? And in fact, it quite literally it is. It quite literally is, right? Um so just as an example, like, there are the amount of pogroms isn't even fully kind of known. We only know the worst of the worst, right? But, like, they were very brutal to just anybody Jewish at all, right? And it would not surprise me if it's still, like, severe undercounts from that area, from that time frame. But yes, hold on, let me read some of these. 19. The most painless, I see. Incidentally, Kautsky, trying to be ironical, repeatedly quotes the expression most painless transition. But as the shaft misses its mark, a few pages farther on, he commits a slight forgery and falsely quotes it as a painless transition. Of course, by such means, it is easy to put any absurdity into the mouth of an opponent. The forgery also helps him to evade the substance of the argument, namely that the most painless transition to socialism is possible only when all the poor are organized to a man, Soviets, and when the core of state power, the proletariat, helps them organize. I hate Fiki. Lenin's pamphlet, Political Parties in Russia and the Task of the Proletariat, was published by the Evening Post. I really want to see this. I need to see if this is still on there. I'll check that out later. On June 14th, 1917, the provisional government decided to hold elections to the Constituent Assembly on September 17th, 1917. In August, it postponed the elections until November 12th. Elections to the Constituent Assembly took place on the appointed date, November 12th, after the October Socialist Revolution. Deputies were elected according to the list that had been drawn up before the revolution and in keeping with the regulations endorsed by the provisional government. Elections took place at a time when the mass of the people had not yet appreciated the import of the October Revolution. This put the right socialist revolutionaries at an advantage, and as a result, they secured a majority of the votes in areas outside the capital industrial centers. The Constituent Assembly met in Petrograd on January 5th, 1918. By decree of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee on January 6th, 1918, the Constituent Assembly was dissolved because, through the reactionary majority, it had rejected the Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited People submitted by the All-Russia Central Executive Committee and had refused to approve the decrees of the Second Congress of Soviets on peace, land, and the transfer of power to the Soviets. I mean, like this, even like this, I would say this description is a little. It is kind of looking the other way a little too hard, I would say, because this is true that the SRs won, but it was more like the average peasant, just like the average peasant, uh, they were more so just like one issue voters for land reform, right? Like that was really the big issue of the time. Um, so to say that they had not yet appreciated the import, I mean, I guess it's true, but like I think it's a little bit of an oversimplification, you know? I mean, from a class point of view, I get it, but it's just I don't know. I don't really like the sounds of stuff like that usually, you know? Did you write this? No, I did not write this. This is from Marxist .org. Marxist plural, sorry. Not one, but many. So next time, yeah, it's been about 2 hours. We gotta play Damon and Baby. I didn't really get to play it yesterday, so we'll stop today on. We'll do the Soviet Constitution tomorrow. This is actually this is my wheelhouse here. It's mine because I'm a sweat about the Constitution or the Lenin Constitution. You were supposed to finish the lib game yesterday, yeah, but a real game appeared. You want me to do this songs thing? What is this? I mean, I gotta do it. Oh my god, James Blunt. This is a hard one. This is real tough. I'm not gonna lie. Is it? Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. I feel like I feel like I can't win. I feel like if I choose James Blunt, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I can't choose James Blunt. It would just make me feel racist. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't, that's not right. That's not good. Play both? Fuck no. This song sucks. At least I like that one song from Chris Brown. I know. But that song is so bad. That song is so bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's too bad. It's too bad. Like at some point I got to look at the art of it all. Now she's going to pick Clanier. I mean, no. Like this is the problem. This is the problem. We are not in 2000s anymore. We're not in 2000s anymore. Eminem Mockingbird, Britney Spears, Oops, I Did It Again. Daniel Pewter, Bad Day, System of a Down, Toxicity. What are we even doing here? This is a fucking joke. Eminem, Lose Yourself. Hey, yeah. Of course I'm doing Outcast. Of course I'm doing Outcast. Coldplay Fix You, Flow Rider. I mean, I can't pick Coldplay. No, I can't pick Coldplay. Welcome to the Black Parade. Akon Locked Up. Oh, come on. It's not even a question. What goes around comes around. Shakira. Of course I love Shakira. Nelly, Dilemma. Katy Perry, I Kissed a Girl. Okay, now I'm a little this is a little hard for me. You got to understand. Gaga is my spirit animal. Gorillaz, Clint Eastwood, Justin Timberlake, Cry Me a River. You don't have to pick the black artists just because we're here. No, I need everyone to know that I like the black artist. Beyonce, Halo, Sum 41, Fat Lip. Oh, come on. Come on. Of course I'm doing Fat Lip. Come on. System of a Down, Lonely Day. Carly Rae Jepsen, Call Me Maybe. Easily Carly Rae Jepsen. Easily. Alicia Keys, If I Ain't Got You. Lady Gaga, Just Dance. Just Dance. Leon Lewis, Bleeding. Bleeding Love. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. I hate Boulevard of Broken Dreams. I Write Sins, Not Tragedies. Akon Smack That. Oh, shit. I mean, of course I'm picking Panic at the Disco. I hate the Black Eyed Peas. Usher, yeah. Jerul, Always on Time. I'm gonna out myself a little bit here. I mean, I am a white woman at the end of the day. Alicia Keys, Fallen, Bon Jovi, It's My Life. Fuck Bon Jovi. Papa Roach, Last Resort, Squeaky Clean version. My Chemical Romance, Teenagers. Of course I'm choosing Teenagers. The White Stripes, Seven Nation Army. NSYNC, Bye Bye Bye. Official video from Deadpool and Wolverine? What? What was NSYNC doing in Deadpool and Wolverine? I don't think I've ever heard this song. Have I? No, I have. Beyonce, Irreplaceable. Maroon 5, This Love. Maroon 5, She Will Be Loved. Gnarls Barkley, Crazy. Of course. Beyonce, Crazy in Love. Oh my god, 30 Seconds to Mars? The Kill? Sorry, Beyonce. Who mistake the reason? Oh my god. Remember when I had a period of bringing up Hoobastank? That was maybe my weirdest arc on stream. Maybe that was my absolute weirdest, like, worst moment of my life. Was when I was just like, why does no one talk about Hoobastank anymore? I don't like any of their songs. Not anymore. Nelly Furtado, Say It Right. Green Day, American Idiot. Of course I'm choosing American Idiot. That's a classic. The Black Eyed Peas, Boom Boom Pow. Foo Fighters, Best of You. Nickelback, How You Remind Me. Oh. So the streamer knows more than she sometimes lets on. Coldplay, The Scientist. 50 Cent in the club. There's only one Coldplay song I'm into, and it's Every Teardrop is a Waterfall. And the reason is every time I've argued, one time when I was younger, I used to get in arguments over MOBAs all the time. And when my friends would get angry over MOBAs, I would say every teardrop is a waterfall. And then after about a 30-second gap of time, I would link the music video. Of course I'm picking Miss Jackson. I am for real. Jerul Mesmerize. Oh, of course, Mesmerize. Of course. Avril Lavigne's Skater Boy. I don't like Coldplay, but I'm not a huge Skater Boy fan. I'm gonna be honest. Even though, like, I mean, Avril Lavigne, it's kind of like proto me in a way. But yeah, sure. Snoop Dogg, Beautiful. Lady Gaga, Poker Face. Uh, I'm sorry, Snoop, but I like that Lady Gaga made a song saying "fuck her face" over and over again, and it just played on the radio, and she never said anything. Miley Cyrus, Part in the USA, Numb Lincoln Park. Come on, who the fuck do you think I am? Come on, Soldier Boy, tell him. Jenny from the Block. I don't remember this song. Have I heard it? Oh, I do like the song. Owl City Fireflies. Foo Fighters The Pretender. This sucks. Goddamn Dumb and Dumber over here. I think Fireflies may be a song that just invokes the most terror out of everybody I've seen. Like, there's something about Fireflies that just, it destroys people. It just fucks them up bad. Just pick Foo Fighters. No, I am. But, like, I'm trying to think if there's any justification here. The Pretender is just a better song. Three Doors Down, Kryptonite, Kanye West, Heartless. I mean, come on. This is why you got to look at you got to just, ignore what's happened in the last years, and you got to look at the art, You got to look at the art. Jason Mraz, I'm Yours versus Daft Punk, One More Time. Sean Kingston, Beautiful Girls. Sum 41, In Too Deep. I'm sorry. I'm in too deep. Eminem, Without Me. Slipknot, Psychosocial. Have I heard Psychosocial? It's not them when they're just like growl on the mic and go. Bruh. Is that it? I do remember this. I mean, this is actually maybe the biggest struggle fest I have experienced so far. Because I do have a soft spot for, well, I have more respect for, like, Before I Forget era Slipknot. So I want to choose Eminem. Rihanna, Umbrella. Britney Spears, Toxic. I mean, come on. I Come Beautiful. The Real Slim Shady. I don't like the real Slim Shady. Franz Ferdinand, Take Me Out. Taylor Swift, You Belong to Me. Jay-Z, Empire State of Mind. What I've Done. What I've Done from Meteora? Where is it from? Is it from their late 2000s? Is it from their late 2000s album? Okay. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Odiously Like a Stone. Avril Lavigne Girlfriend. Fergie, Big Girls Don't Cry. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. I'm always. Come on. There's no way you guys are actually going to try to get me on picking all the things she said. Check yourself at the door, champ. Come on. That's the song of my generation. Kanye West Stronger. No, not queer baited. It's just a classic. I got reminded of it. Killer's Mr. Brightside. Eminem cleaning out my closet. Let's check my paleness. In the end, come on. Destiny's Child Survivor, Kesha TikTok. I do have a soft spot for Kesha, but I would never do that. Alice DJ, Better Off Alone. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Wake up in the morning. Yeah, did you hear she changed the lyrics to that song? She says, wake up in the morning feeling like fuck Diddy. Pick that. Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten. Blink 182, I Miss You. I do like Blink, but I do not like I Missed You. It's actually like I would say the I Miss You is the best encapsulation of why I think Blink 182 is so hit or miss. It's just like I miss you. And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. It's like it just jumps at you. It just jumps at you. Like it's crazy. Coldplay Yellow, Yuri Heart, The Sweet Escape. What? What is it? Of course. That's your culture, though. Hey, who said I'm Blink? System of Down, Chop Suey, My Chemical Romance, Helena. Oh, this isn't fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Dude, this is not fair. Oh man. I mean, I think I'm gonna have to pick Chop Suey. I think if I think about Chop Suey, oh, we gotta do Get Busy. Come on. Oh my god, I thought that said LinkedIn Park. Something's not good. I don't even remember what Faint is. No, I do know it. That is it. I know exactly what it is. Yes, I do. Avril Lavigne Complicated? Nah. Gwen Stefani Holla Back Girl. Sorry, 50. System of a Down Aerials. Beyonce Single Ladies. I like System of a Down. I like Aerials a lot, but come on, Single Ladies. Single Ladies is too important. Kelly Clarkson, Because of You, 50 Cent Candy Shop. Flow Rider, Right Round. Outcast, B.O.V. I mean, I gotta choose Outcast, B.O.B. Foo Fighters, All My Life. Oh no, why did you do this to me, Fred? When are you playing 50 Cent Blood on the Sand to apologize? I'm not kidding. I actually have the 50 Cent games ready to go already. I have to choose between the Foo Fighters and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I'm choosing the Foo Fighters. Rise Against Savior, 3 Days Grace, Animal I've Become. Of course I'm choosing Animal I Have Become. Gillet Monster. Sorry, bud. Slipknot, Before I Forget. Taylor Swift, Love Story. No, I do not like Love Story. No. Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. Evanescence, My Immortal. Of course I'm choosing My Immortal. How old do you think I am? Ludacris. Rihanna, Shut Down Drive, Paparazzi. Lady Gaga, Paparazzi. I think I'm gonna have to choose Shut Up and Drive. I like Paparazzi, but Relax, Take It Easy. I don't think I've heard this, but I'm choosing BYOB anyways. Bullet for My Valentine, Tears Don't Fall. Sure. Mika Grace Kelly, Avenged Sevenfold, dear God. They can win, they can go twice. Reese Mason. I've never heard of this guy either. Oh God, I do remember it. I do remember it. Fuck. David Guetta featuring Kelly Rowland. Robin with Clear Up. With Every Heartbeat. These are, I'm starting to not recognize some of these songs. No, get out of here. I mean, Robin is the sleeper hit here. Come on. Slipknot, Snuff. Green Day, 21 Guns. Oh, this is their like 2010 album, isn't it? 21 Guns. Is that it? And you thought hang up. 21 Guns. Whatever, he's bisexual. Sorry. Wait, I meant to pick the other one. That made it sound like I was being biphobic. I didn't even mean, it just came out of me. Maybe we have more of an issue with biphobia than we thought. Come on. Evanescence, Going Under. Eminem, Dre. Forget About Dre. I'm sorry. I can't choose Evanescence on that one. Bleed It Out. Enrique Iglesias. I haven't heard Enrique Iglesias in a while.
Would you lie? Would you run away? Am I in too deep?
Sorry. One Step Closer, Linkin Park. Paper Cut. Paper Cut's the top dog. Kid Cudi. I haven't heard this. Have I heard this? Yes, I have. I do remember this. Yes. Eminem Stan. Ciara O. I mean, come on. Nicki Minaj Starships. Rihanna Only Girl. I didn't even know Nicki Minaj was making music in the 2000s. I'll be honest. Drowning Pool's Bodies. That's when she blew up? I thought it was in the mid 2010s, not the 2000s. I thought it was like 2011, 2012. You know, like 2009. Oh. Of course I'm picking The Strokes. Madonna, 4 minutes. Muse, Uprising. I mean, I'm leaning towards Muse. Yeah, I do like Muse. Nickelback, Someday, Shakira, She-Wolf. I fucking love Shakira. Gorillaz Dare, JoJo, Too Little, Too Late. It's Dare. It's Dare. It got too British. Pussycat Dolls when I grow up. No, I've heard this one. I haven't heard this one.
que
32-year-old in high school. Yeah. I'm 40, but I look 16. Rihanna Rehab. Sheon. I mean, this is starting to make me realize Rihanna really has like dominated the singles charts for a long time, hasn't she? You don't know? I don't think I've heard Work It for a while. Oh no, I have. I do remember this. MGMT Electric Feel. MIA Paper Planes. Oh, I don't know though. Electric Feel. It's just. These are the quirky white boys, you know? They let the quirky white boys have the shrooms too early. But I don't know. Like, I do fuck with I do fuck with Paper Planes. But artistically, I feel like it's got to be Electric Feel. Right? But I don't know. Paper Planes, I kind of fuck with Paper Planes. Genie in a Bottle.
Corazón entero entregarte, un segundo más de vida para darte, y a tu lado para siempre yo quedarme. Un segundo más de vida yo. A Dios
Whoa.
le pido que si me muero sea de amor, y si me enamoro sea de vos, y que de
He
tu
let
voz
many
sea-
men drown, y'all. It makes it sound like I just killed a bunch of dudes. I don't know any of these songs. You did. I killed many men? Rise up like Street Fighter, huh? Usher, you got it bad. Amy Winehouse, you know I'm no good. Ooh. I mean, yeah, like, okay, what this makes me think of as my go-to here. I feel like Amy Winehouse is a very fascinating, like, example of a musician who I heard a lot of her before she passed, but I swear to God, I've not heard anything or anybody talk about her after she passed, which is kind of, I mean, it's kind of fucked up. But I remember liking a lot of her music, but I almost sometimes feel like it's a fever dream, you know? Like,
In the final throes, this is when my buzzer goes. Run out to meet your chips and pit up. You say when we married, 'cause you're not bitter. There'll be none of him, no.
I gotta refresh. Nah, it's Usher. All Usher is always hits. I'm sorry. R. Kelly, Ignition. No. No. Pussycat Dolls, Don't Ya? There are better Usher songs. I don't. How does Kids go?
Show yourself, take only what you need from it. A family of trees falling, be haunted. Fight the feeling, like me. Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Don't you? Don't you, baby? Don't you?
Oh, fuck. This one's hard. Oh. I think, I don't know. This MGMT album is just so big. But also, Don't Ya is like, it really is a perfect product of its time. I just feel like I have to choose Don't Ya. Isn't that from their first album? I thought their first album is the one that has kids. That has kids on it. Is it not? What is the first album? Oracular Spectacular. That's it. Yeah. Time to Pretend, Weekend Wars, The Youth, Electric Field Kids, Fourth Dimensional Transition. I did that shit, champs. Pieces of what? Of Moons, Birds, and Monsters. The Handshake. Future Reflections. They say they hate their first album too. That's crazy. I feel like I feel like that album is so big. Or it was so big. It like I don't know, it kind of fries my brain a little.
Amps tipping through hoods, Compton, Long Beach, Inglewood, South Central out to the west side. It's California love, it's California. Got your boy a king of pub.
I mean, I got it. 3 Days Grace, Never Too Late. T.I. Live Your Life featuring Rihanna. There's not even a video here. That just makes me feel like this is a fake question to just make me put down for 3 Days Grace. Jennifer Lopez, I'm Real. Green Day Holiday, Eric Prydz, Call on Me. I don't know. I don't remember this song. I'm not a big fan of Holiday. How big is this bracket? We got 23 to go. You broke the bracket? How did I break the bracket? The fuck do you mean? Fine, I'll just... Oh my god, I really did break the bracket. Dude, what? This I promise you, Eminem, shake that. This is... Oh my god. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with it. Here, let's just hurry up. My Chemical Romance, famous last words, Mariah Carey, we belong together. Living It Up. Fergie, Glamorous. Of course, Fergie. Beyonce, Shakira, Beautiful Liar. Dead Mouse, Strobe. That's the first round? Well, maybe we should go play some Damon and Baby, as they say. Maybe we should play Damon Baby. Anyone? Huh? I fucked up. I forgot to download the game. She can't be performative anymore. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just listening to some great music. I'm just listening to some great music. Also, I don't know. I just like Eminem. Pardon me. Boot up Blood on the Sand. No, Damon and Baby's almost done. Is this real? Is this an actual... No, fuck off. I don't take that shit. Fuck no. Is this real? Lennon died. Hashtag on this day, 1924. He dismissed our newspaper as a journal which speaks for British millionaires. It's a great photo of him, too. Mid-slouch. All right. Let me grab my controller. The dumbest aura farm. I thought Lenin loved the state and hugged and kissed the state. Dude, you don't even want to start like this, because there right now we may be able to get away with it, but there will come a day where all the leftists who love to infight will converge on you and they'll say, he made a big sloppy makeout with the state and I will show you now. I do find it kind of funny that this random chatter who came in to argue about politics. Oh shit, Arc System Works. You did it again. I forgot what I was even saying. Oh, left. I like how this chatter has become like some monumental like specimen to be observed or something in the chat, and it's so funny because like I'm not kidding. Marxist like discussion groups are just like that. Yes. Hold on. Hell's charge. I gotta remember how to play. Hey kids. Yeah. I'm back to playing Arc System Works games, and guess what? Nothing has changed. It does look like a sponsored game. Guys, I'm really having a troubled time right now. I can't figure out where to go. I tried to take a turn at Blaze Blue, and now I'm facing Guilty Gear. But I'm just Damon Baby. Where's Eno? Oh, I got an achievement. My first wardrobe change. Where's Eno? Here you go. Hee hee, you actually came despite having no business here. Is that what it means to be in good spirits? I feel like that's not really the thing, Fred. I do think it's okay to just drop excerpts like that. I don't think it's that bad. I think it was more so just that I think it's because they just struggled to explain their thought process. But I think that's more because they were practicing their English, right? Whoa. Do you think Daisuke fell into the Sistu trap of having a kid and making a game about it? Maybe. No, they were fine. They were totally fine. It's just leftists like arguing about irrelevant shit. Like both of us. I mean, I agree because that like I don't want to say you should always be able to answer that. Oh, yeah. I agree. I think, like, if you don't have a consistent, like, historical basis to, like, stick yourself to, I think it becomes very difficult to navigate the same sort of questions from theory, that, like, it honestly just becomes two people arguing past each other over and over again. That's why I usually try not to argue about, like, the theory too much and more about, like, the historical implementation. Because, like, the theory, I mean, even just being dogmatic with your theory is kind of rough for Marxism, right? No, I agree. That's what I said, right? We are just angling it from two sides. As someone who just wants to delete money entirely, I spend a lot of time thinking about what options there are for replacing it. Like, okay, here's my problem. I read a bit of the book that they linked last night. I do dislike the theory of arguing against real-world implementation, but when it comes to turning, like, to flipping their own conclusion into it, they cannot actually point to anything based in reality usually. It just tends to be like, oh, we can't really imagine it because it's never been done or tried. And that's true, but, like, it's that kind of disconnection that I struggle with, right? That's it. Lenin did say that he's quite fond of Damon Baby. All one word. Is that not a theory? I mean, but that's, like, okay, even that, like... You should explain further detail and pause this game. I honestly am being tempted. Having theory for it is fine, right? Theory is necessary for the implementation of it. It's just that a lot of Marxist sects are very weird about Lenin. In a lot of ways, I've never really understood. And I'm not gonna speak for them. No, you're not, nobody's doing anything wrong. I like talking. I like yapping. That's all. Look at Damon Gunn. Look. I forgot actually how to punch. Oh, it's square. It's always like the criticizing of Marxist states, of actual implementations of states, and viewing it as a sort of, like, they're non-examples due to the fact that they were not able to reach instant communism. Like, that sort of thinking is just, it's so antithetical to my existence of, you know, looking at history and studying history for the analysis of it, right? Because, like, even if we look at the theory... Hold on, I remember to dodge. Why? Oh, I forgot about the screaming fellas. What does Rocket do while you're streaming? She's usually sleeping. And I think that, like, well, the other sects are operating on very specific definitions. I also don't think there are as many Lenin critiques as you say. I'm not sure what you mean by that. There's not as many Lenin critiques. Listen up, aspiring demon hunters. Do you want to be the best hunter you can be? Well, I hate to break it to you, but reading this book will grant that wish instantly. Kiss your days of starry-eyed dreaming goodbye. First the basics, you need weapons and moves. I know that. Okay, I know all this. I mean, like, obviously, if we're looking from the whole wide room surrounding it, Marxist theory in general is very respective of Lenin's thought process. Right? But it's just when you're a streamer discussing Leninist stuff, you just always have people who want to talk about it. That's all. Oh, I already got my shit from here. This was a waste of time. Yeah, I think I stopped at the cave last. Writing a critique is a very important part of Marxism. No, it absolutely is. Like, Marxism, how I analyze Marxism is the analysis of, I mean, it is, you know, historical analysis through dialectics of looking at these contradictions clashing against, I mean, whatever piece of history, right? Hence why I identify more as a revisionist historian for the Cold War and more of just like a regular Roman historian otherwise, right? Critiques of socialism are very important and they should always be done. But I think the issue with this sort of thing is a lot of the time there are Marxists who I don't know if it's born out of, like, I mean, I don't really know what it's born out of, but a lot of people tend to, I think, get into Marxist theory, but they struggle with the specifics that clash against what they've already known or learned. And I think, like, for some people, just being kind of a contrarian is one of their ways of kind of developing their political ideology. So it doesn't necessarily matter, and I don't want it to sound like it's a big deal. It's just, it's always shit like that that seeks me out, is the problem I have with it. Lenin would have critiqued himself as time went on too if he lived. Marx did. Yeah, I mean, he literally did critique himself with a lot of the same reading and writings. Criticizing and doing, like, critique of things is good, right? Well, I'm not saying that it's like, I feel like I'm not saying this on a wide scale. And I'm definitely not saying it from a scholarly point of view. I'm saying that off of my vibes of just dealing with a lot of these newer socialists. But obviously, like, this, even doing something like that is sort of lazy analysis, right? Like, I mean, I do try to, in the same way, like, we've talked about this before, that my language is very direct and very, sometimes, you know, not very it can be a little too... I mean, ESL is a factor, but it is less so. I do try to just simplify the things I talk about in a way that are more digestible to begin to infer the concept of class and the dynamic of class. That is different from a lot of people and is worth considering on that level alone. It's just like... I tend to not think about these things as linearly, but I struggle to find the train of thought, because let's say if I even engage the theory on its own level, if I do engage the theory directly, then rarely do we end up actually discussing theory, but we end up kind of just talking about random shit or random stuff that like may even contradict their original points, right? I'm not saying the individual yesterday. I'm just saying that, like, being a streamer and being exposed to people who seek you out to argue definitions of Marxist theory, they tend to have a vibe. That's all I'm saying. But like, I don't mind it. I don't think it's a big problem. It just gets annoying having to... It gets annoying trying to point to historical examples or, you know, random theory that is, you know, considered relevant or not relevant by just random standards, right? All I'm saying is... Hold on, let me just get to the next point and I'll explain it. I do not think so much about... Because I identify more as a historian first, I think that arguing specifics around the theory of implementing stuff when our only singular case of actual historical evidence of a successful state, right? Not to say that there isn't, there are small scale, say, anarchist communes and shit like that. But, like, I think, like, at a certain point, you have to be willing to engage with history and the stuff around it, especially if you're going to be doing dialectics as an analysis, right? Like, I guess my issue, if I had to summarize it and just be simple about it, is literally just that whenever these arguments happen, I cannot put myself in a position to understand their theory as much as I'd like. And any attempts to do so usually just ends up with, like, it becomes a questionnaire of Marxist theory that not a lot of people, like a lot of online leftists just straight up have not read this shit. And then on the other half, much less have a worldview that is built through it, right? And I find that if we're purely discussing the theory, it's just not my cup of tea. That's it. And I think since a lot of the people in here tend to subscribe more to that, you know, similar view, maybe due to their, you know, I mean, I have always talked about the importance of analyzing history for these things. I think it's just like a clash of that versus someone who does focus more on the theory, right? But that's why, like, I typically don't argue with people like that. I just say, you think about the theory, I think about the history or the implementation. And that's why all my arguments tend to just resolve into, how would this look in practice? How would this look for real? Where would this go? And I suppose I find it a little distasteful to be hyper fixated on that and criticizing the work of previous revolutionaries without while also like not wanting to consider their own feedback or support or their own work, right? And there's just a lot of leftists who are a little new to the theory who tend to do that with Lenin. And I'm not sure why, but it's just weird. But it is like, it's always good to talk about. That's why I don't want to, like, I never want to come off rude for stuff like that. Because, like, just because I identify from a different sect doesn't mean that... Oh, I got Damon. Doesn't mean that I cannot see the relevance or the success of an alternative idea, right? I just question the ideological interest in arguing or clashing against leftists, other leftists at this current time, right? That's why I do what I do right now with like the lectures and what I talk about. Let me look for... I need to find... Hold on, let me check my quest. Should be kind of dialectic, yeah. Oh no, I don't want to make it come off like that. Like, I understand what you're saying, and I do agree, because, like, I don't want it to be... Don't do that, Damon. I don't know how I get over there anymore. I remember I jumped onto that piece of territory, or piece of land there. And then I just got over there. But I don't know how I'm supposed to do that now. Yeah. What's going on, Neon Zaburo? I played the demo. And, oh, do I have to do this? Is that it? Can I do that? God damn it. Okay. Oh, I already opened that. Who was a 1st century Roman astronomer? In the 1st century? Fuck, what's his name? Ptolemy? The issue with, like, remembering a lot of the Roman names off by time frame is there are a lot of astronomers. I mean, this is like a little old school medieval shit of just learning what your dad did. He was Greek, yeah. There are a lot of Ptolemies for astronomy. Oh, before I forget, I completely stopped saying stuff. I want people to be able to talk about stuff because I don't want to have purely the right idea. I want to have the best idea, right? No matter what. I said that when I was playing fighting games. I'll say it today. But because of that, I never want... I do not want to like just get rid of... Oh my god. Hold on, I need to eat bacon or crispy meat or whatever. No, I have many guns. But it's the gun from Guilty Gear Strive, and I just wanted to give like some cool like flashbacks to like, oh, remember that? Remember that? Remember when I used this gun? Can you turn down the game? Yeah. How's this? This is kind of remember that the game. Yeah. Remember that? As long as there aren't any sketchy looking people around. There are other places to hike besides here, you know. You don't look like much of a hiker yourself. By the way, ever seen a large red gem before? Like that one over there? Yeah, just like that one. Good. I found the destined one. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm William. You can call me Will. Go ahead and touch it. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Thanks, Willard. Whoa, it's gone. Just as I thought. It's okay. That'll be fine. If you happen to find one during your travels, touch it and let me know. For your efforts, I'll give you a map of the area you found it in. It will be a map I made, however. I need to gather information on their locations. So you made this map. I appreciate it, but I'm not planning to come back. As long as you have my map, we can communicate. It works like a phone. Because when you touch a Grace's footprint, I will know your location. Anytime you find one, I'll pop up and give you a new map of the area. First of all, thank you for earlier. Here's a map of this area. I'll add the area you're in right now. Woot. Whoa, talk about detail. This will be a huge help. What's this Family Guy-ass face from Damon? The map's impressive, so are you. It's almost inhuman. I know, that is the Peter-ass face. It could even be a boat! I am human, a bit flawed, but human. Well, by the way, I live close by, so whenever you need to upgrade your maps, come see me. It's not free, though, so bring cash, alright? And here's a tip for you. There are chairs all over the place, right? These chairs have the power to warp you to other chairs, but only between the chairs in which the warp function has been activated. When you sit in one, I'll ask if you want to unlock the warp. Cool. Is that another one of your flawed human powers? That's a story for another time until we meet again. I got an achievement. My first map expansion. Yeah, like that's kind of what I mean. I don't think people were necessarily angry at them for participating. And if they were, I don't want people to, you know, be nasty over it. Don't be nasty. What is this shit called? Here we go. Remember this scene from Damon and Baby? You remember this?
Hello, Mr. and Mrs.
Hey,
Griffin.
Claudia,
Now,
thanks
I know
for
you've been
giving
here
us
all
up
day,
to
so if you'll just
Atlanta
sign this
Hawks.
contract without reading it, I'll take
I
your blank
appreciate
check, and you
that.
won't not be not loving your timeshare before you know it.
Well, look, Slick, we're not going to buy your lousy timeshare, all right? Now, where's my boat?
Oh, hold on.
I picked
you have
the
a
box.
choice. You can have the boat.
Do you think he says
or
it?
the mystery box.
What, are you crazy? We'll take the boat.
No, not so fast, Lois. A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we've wanted one of those.
Then let's just...
We'll take the box.
We'll take the box.
Funniest shit I've ever seen, man. Yeah, Damon is Peter, isn't he? Yeah, Blaze Blue. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I could, but that would hurt. Now Family Guy is written by people who hate Family Guy? That's what the conservatives say sometimes, isn't it? Oh, the left hates the Family Guy. Oh, they hate the Family Guy. How dare they? Would Peter Griffin be a gotcha whale? Maybe. I don't know. What dictates a gotcha whale? Just inconsistency with the economy? Lots of money. I mean, but do you really need money? Because you don't need to be a rich person to be a gambling addict, right? In fact, it kind of leans against it. Shermer, thoughts on the Lakers having a huge win streak? What advice do you have for Luka Doncic, your stream's Slovenian biggest fan? I would try to move fast, and don't move fast and break things, but I would want to move fast and break records. Let me heal. I love the Lennon cat. I love the Lennon cat so much. Yeah. It was rough. I had to use Klarna to finance my 10 pole. Peter Griffin does have very poor impulse control. It's the source of how much of much of the show's comedy. I love how you put that. Did you see you can use Klarna for OnlyFans? What? Have you seen the subreddit about serious comments in Family Guy? No, but that sounds like something I would love. Go on. Lenin, the vote counter is more important than the vote counted. Lenin, he said that. He said it. Lenin. Simpsons Lennon or Family Guy Lennon? Let's see. Wait, Lennon is in here. When Stan discovers that Steve has been used in a plot by Sergei Krugolov to turn an American boy into a communist as a revenge for the fall of the Soviet Union in Red October Sky, he finds that Steve's room has been redecorated with communist icons including pictures and Matryoshka dolls of Lenin. Sergei's account of the fall of the Soviet Union also depicts the tearing down of a statue of Lenin. What? Super serious Family Guy. Okay, this is kind of sick. I do like this a lot. This is kind of awesome. Why is everyone on my plane watching Family Guy? Crying emoji. This is dark. Everybody's watching Family Guy. What? Dr. Fart approved content. New phone. Who dis? Peter gives me the vibes of a... Okay. Okay. Logan tried to watch the super serious Marvin movie, Media Literacy. Logan tries to see the Super Marvin movie is the 826th episode of SML. This aired on my birthday. Logan wants to see the new Super Marvin Bros movie, but can't. The main problem with the episode is it feels like Logan is still crying about his lawsuit from Nintendo. The episode tries to be hip and trendy by cashing in on the Super Mario Bros. Movie just to appeal to young kids. Boy, that sounds familiar. Logan in real life is unlikable for this video since he made it look like the world was against him for wanting to watch the movie. That's not how lawsuits work. 4. Not 1 second in the video, they already use earthy crust. 5. The episode retcons several videos by having the actor puppets be the crew instead of in-universe characters. This also gets contradicted when Mr. Goodman and Jonathan appear in the video, seemingly interacting with the cast. Make up your mind, Logan. Lance was pretty unlikable for wanting Jeffy to be in the Super Mario Bros. Movie, even though Jeffy is not an official Mario character. They try to be cute by replacing Mario with Marvin when mentioning the film, but it comes across as cringy more than anything. Lily was to be put in the episode in the scene with Chili just to keep milking her dry. Of the 69 sextillion Lily videos, we prove that Logan and Chili are... What? What is going on? Why don't we just look at this? Why is there a rule, no more posts of the lowest new haircut meme? Sort by top, Auntie. I'm not a Reddit user. I got Damon and Baby to play. They all want to call me Baby until I'm Damon. I know that's right. You do. What? Hold on. Do I need the elitist machine gun? No, I have the elitist machine gun plus plus. Eat that shit, champ. Oh, the pig, the money pig. Yo, I just know we're finishing the Damon and Baby playthrough. Fuck yes, of course. This is my Arc System Works game. Spicy burger recipe. Uh-oh. 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 So is this actually in the Guilty Gear universe? Yes, it actually is. What the fuck is that? I could go for a burger. I'm being responsible though. Alright, let's go in the mines. Gonna become an Arxis creator focusing on this game. I mean, that would be... It would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? I don't got time for fighting games. I only have time for Radical Theory and Damon and Baby. Yeah, Gorilla Tear. Gorilla Tear. Are you interested in the other games Arc System Works makes? Yeah, like Gorilla Tear. Much appreciated. Yeah, much appreciated. Damon and Baby, Marxist analysis. Sometimes you're the baby, sometimes you're the damon. Fastest ingredient farm video, yeah. What? Give me that. Shredder. Stop, man. What are you doing? Why does my opponent pudding recipe turn out so much better? How far did you get in Pokemon Smash or Pass yesterday? I stopped playing. That shit's too serious. I'm retired. What? Leather clothing charm. Dude, every game I play, I just have to rearrange my stuff. I gotta rearrange everything. Gun A charm. Huh? There you go. Are you planning on streaming Tomodachi Life? Maybe. I wouldn't be against it. Is that on Switch too though? Isn't that shit like Switch 2? It's on both. On 1 and 2? Why can I not go over here? Do I gotta... Okay. Would it chug ass on Switch 1? That's a good question. Happy partner anniversary. I swear every time I read that, I just feel like someone's saying happy platinum anniversary. Can you... I might cop a Switch 2 for the game. I just can't go through there. Happy Panther? Happy Panther anniversary? Thanks! Thanks for noticing! Happy Platinum anniversary will become a real thing when he becomes a president in a landslide. You're at the top of the Damon and Baby category. Yeah. Of course I am. I'm the only experienced Damon and Baby streamer out there right now. Tank 1 shotgun. God fucking damn it, man. Hop on Neon White. It's a good game. That's on Cracked Rock by Frank Ocean. It's a good song. Broken Stones. Oh, look, it's Hollow Knight. You guys love this. Oh, it's lay Hollowy Knight. Have you played Hollow Knight? No. I haven't either, but both games are so pretty, it's crazy. It is very pretty. I feel kind of bad. You're really being the piss out of Hollow Knight. Well, that was for the Silk Song release date. When's Silk Song? Anyone? Oh, new Skong out info drop. Look here, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Do I have the ass slam? Hold on, let me check my hat. Okay. No, I don't. This is a new Romola OC. I've been reinventing myself recently. I've been reinventing myself. Into a trad wife? No. I'm the antithesis of that. That's too much work. I take more of a Peggy Hill approach. Peggy Bundy. Oh. I need more inventory space. Eliminate. Whoa, level up. Now every time I think about that, I think of that fucking episode. I should never have brought it up. The lady who made homemade Fruit Loops and they were huge as shit. What's that all about? Huge loops, Fiki. What? Trad wife influencer? I swear to God, like I feel like let me drop this one. I feel like that would be I don't know. I don't think I'm cut out for it. I mean, I'm reading fucking Marxist theory. I'm not reading, like, the do's and don'ts of housekeeping. What is this map? Dude. Okay. Let me in. Let me in, meme. Have you ever met someone that only communicates through memes, and then you ask them about it and they link you a Know Your Meme page? I feel like that type of guy has disappeared. That's me? Yes, that's me. No, you all can't be that guy. They disappeared. You should be a trad wife influencer, but you surreptitiously radicalize the trad wives with Marxism? That would be great. That's that shit that husbands feared in like the early 1930s, dude. You've been listening to one of them commies. Them equal rights bitches. Can you shoot? Can you shoot? Okay. I don't know. I'll say Dan's game to my loved ones and professional colleagues to express myself. That's okay. You can say you're Dan's gaming. I give you permission. LARPing as a grifter to deprogram hogs might be the new meta. I wouldn't even excel at it though. Like, I'm too neurodivergent for that. I can't, I get aggroed too easy. That sounds like when the libs say they can change the police force from the inside. Yes. It is like that. Why can't I just be myself, huh? Why can't we just like look within ourselves and say, you know what? The streamer is perfect the way she is, and nothing needs to change whatsoever. Because I would prefer that. In fact, I'm not really interested in changing right now. What? Damon. Get the pig. Okay, but the world needs changing. Well, the world can change, but I can't. Hmm. No, don't fall. Is this game better than Wario Land Shake It? No. It's a little messy. All right, nice. One of the 4 great gemstones. Someone post the Fiki emoji. And then post a handshake emoji. Then post the Lennon cat. Demons in the mine, huh? They haven't messed with me, but it's still worrying. Each day brings more demons, like they're looking for something. The mine is full of demons. The Lord has lost his mind. Is this hell? Demons caused the cave-in. Nobody was hurt, but nobody can work either. I hear lots of rumbling lately. The whole mine echoes with the noise. I can't sleep because of the tremors. I'm so fed up I'm going back to town. I found the source of the tremors. I wish all the demons would go away. Don't want to linger here. This place is no good for a growing brat. It's no good. It's no good. I don't know. Alright, let me up my Damon points here. I got my first upgrade. Can I not cook anything in here? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? I don't know. Do you have to? You tell me, huh? Why are these like cartoonishly large? Whatever. No, of course I've listened to fucking the Cranberries. Of course. How dare you? I think that's actually maybe the most offensive thing I have heard in the stream chat in a long time. I'm scared to go all the way back here because I feel like I'll just be like, I need to go back. If you were a baseball, how far would you go? Maybe I need some like new perk thing. But I don't know where to go. Aha. Drop the bomb. Yeah, throw the plus R noise at them. Whoa, gems. What? This layout is breaking my brain. I just don't understand how I'm supposed to get... I do have to like go back to the beginning. This is demented. Well, where's all the Damon and Baby fans, huh? Where's all the Damon heads? I want to see some hype in the chat for the God game. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Numbers on the board for Damon Baby. Woo! Did they like pay you to play this again? No, I bought it. You're supposed to disclose when a stream is sponsored. Yeah, but I'm not sponsored. That's not me. Look. Look, burger. I can't cook. I gotta put the stuff away first. Good things come to those who wait in this hit action RPG. Can't wait until this gets flushed. Ugh. Hold on, what if I... Yeah, how about you remember to donate and support the stream. This is the big question. If you had a burger thrown at you, what kind of toppings would you want? Thrown at me? If it's thrown at me, I wouldn't want it to be too messy. Oh my god. Fuck this. Thoughts on Five Guys? I like Five Guys. How am I... Okay, I have to go down the other side here. Wait, I can't even go in here. Okay, now I'm actually confused. How do I get in there? The vote counter is more important than the voter. Lenin said that. Lenin, the vote counter. Can we read some Donald J. Trump Truth Social posts? Really? That we're not even feeling Damon and Baby? Let's just skip to the news part of the stream. Is that it? He's been really normal lately. Come on. Racist grandpa. Racist grandpa. Naked grandma. Oh my god. That's it. I'm gonna find a game FAQs post. No, I'm gonna check the news. Just wait. I need to get out of this mine. I'm trapped in the Damon and Baby mines and I can't get out. It's so satisfying to say Jonald. That it really is. Jonald. I like that. Jonald. That's honestly, it's like Finnish names are unironically like the J's are Y's. So like Yoni is Johnny. And I just love that. I just love the feeling of that recreated English. His bruises are because he says he signs too many papers. I actually do not know how to get through here. There's no way that like this importing saved is bugged or something, right? I can't get through there. So I don't know if I'm the big dumb or what. I do need a key. But the thing is, I think there's a bug surrounding like this area. What if this is Metroidvania? Because the only area I can go is with a cart. But I don't know what else. I mean, I guess we can look up outside of the mine. It's just kind of fucked up to do this whole mine and then it's like, well, you actually have to leave to get your shit. Kind of fucked up, but I guess we are talking about how our system works. Let me just double check I'm not being a dum-dum. Are you saying this game might be rushed? No, I would never say that. Is there no streamer friendly yellow paint? That's what I'm saying. You think I wanted to work when I played your game? If I did, I would have played a fighting game. I hear people like them again, Ark says. I don't know. I mean, they announced a patch, but I don't really keep up with the vibes. Pardon me. There's got to be like something I'm missing in here, right? Happy partner anniversary. Thanks, Groblin_X. The latest fighting game patches are so bad that Arxis is gaining favor. That's pathetic. God damn, dude. What if I sit on... Oh, you found a chair. Pay me and I'll give you the ability to warp from that chair to another. What? Oh. Well, let me save. I better. Maybe they should add, Maybe they should add, Dr. Girlfriend to the game. What did you expect when their competitors are incestuous writing rooms and Saudi-backed Gen AI? Watch this. Watch this. Fine. Oof. No. You sicko. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. There's a bit of Arxis. I don't know. I'm just not getting baited by Arxis. I've been around the block long enough to know. It ain't my first rodeo, is all I'll say. Jaded at 29. I mean, I was jaded about Arxis since shit. I mean, early 20s. I think when I'm 24, I'm jaded with Arxis balancing. No, I looked away. Game's so bad she turned political. No, no, no. No, no, no. Maybe if they add Dr. Girlfriend, you know? That's it. They gotta add Dr. Girlfriend. Oh, sweetie, don't worry about Soul. I guess I do gotta go back. See, this is why I struggle with Metroidvanias. I don't want to go back. I only want to go forward. Romola, they made my comfort character good after being bad for 30 years, but now he's a cousin kisser. Yeah, I saw. And then they were like, we've decided to commit to the fact that they are kissing cousins or something. I don't know. I don't even remember what we looked at earlier. Damon and Baby is dialectic. It is. Lenin said Damon and Baby is the proof that the proletarian future is bright. Lenin said that. Like, I don't understand why I can't move this or just get over this. This is what's confusing me about this area. It makes me feel like maybe things are just a little bugged. But maybe I missed something. No, I already pulled the lever, but I can't reuse it. I even tried shooting the lever. The sign does not read. This is what I mean. I feel like I'm kind of going insane, but I don't know. I thought I was supposed to be Damon, but I'm feeling Baby. It's tough. Let's find this mine key. What's down by that corridor open by the lever? I don't know. I can't go over there. It won't let me through. Why play this when you're gonna flush it? The fans have been asking for an Arc System Works game for a long time. Ah, it's getting too bright. Oh, I need the glide. At Romola, Pete Hegseth's son or Laura Loomer daughter? I don't know. That's tough. They're both freaks. We're almost there. Non-binary RFK child honestly would be it. It's like my child works out with jeans on. Oh my god. Falls of Redemption. I got a memory shard. There's underwater shit? Have you retired the Elon voice? Not really. It's always available. It's always there. Just like rich people. Always there. Elvis getting shot collar. What? You're grabbing the wall. Oh, that's the wall. Have you read Chainsaw Man? No. Have you hate the sound design in this game? You better start loving it soon. People are being really normal about the Chainsaw Man ending. Damon and Baby got shooters. Yeah. It doesn't... Look. Sometimes you're the Damon, sometimes you're the Baby. That's just how it goes. That's the way she goes, as some would say. What's wrong with the chains? I guess I shouldn't ask, huh? It's probably just spoilers. I'm just like, please spoil the whole thing for me. When was the last time people experienced the manga ending and were normal about it? I don't know. I was gonna say Bleach, but that's not true. They basically had to do an anime of redoing it. Yeah, I remember. Attack on Titan, definitely not. That one was a disaster. I don't even remember what it was about. Where have I not been? I guess I haven't been down there. I guess it is just trying to find my way through here. I don't have any of these perks. I can't swim. There's no way I have to be around here. Well, what do you got for me? You got anything? Oh. I think I remember now. I had to get something for him. Move shit over, champ. There we go. I brought you some more tourmaline. Much obliged. Oh, that wasn't even... I kindly taught the Lord's son about ethics and morals. After that, the liquor's twisted atmosphere in the town was slightly improved for the better. Now, apparently, I'm the straw millionaire or something. A bomb fell in my lap, which seems capable of clearing the rubble blocking my path. I did that like 30 minutes ago. Oh, you found a chair. Yes, let's warp. Okay. Maybe we must go farther back. Are there any media endings that made you really mad? That made me really mad? I don't think so. I think the closest I got I don't know. There's a lot of games I like that like are like, or media in general that's like, oh, they're good, but they run out of like money basically or time or something, right? So it's hard for me to like it's hard for me to think of one, I guess. For anime or manga, I don't know. Nothing I can think of. Final real Guilty Gear? I guess that's true. Oh, you got here pretty quickly. Is there anything you'd like? You have to pay for a map marker. I'm not reading this shit anymore. Get out of my way. The Green Veterans Demon Hunting Tips. Difficulties. Hey there, aspiring demon hunters. Do you want to be the best hunter you can? And this time we'll be looking at those little numbers next to the ability. Okay, I get that. That's how I feel about GT2. It's like there are some cool ideas, but the way that it just all comes together is so shit. Even though like I do have, I mean, who didn't love Super 17, you know? What if we made the evil guy stronger and more evil? Number 10, best Dragon Ball GT episodes and or villains. Number 9, Baby. Baby's really cool. He takes over. I don't know how, but if he keeps it up, I think he'll be a great villain. That way, if he's a good villain, we'll all remember Dragon Ball GT. And frankly, I think that would be a positive because there are some great things from Dragon Ball GT. Stop giving me ammo. Oh, new area. Never mind. I just want to progress. Where do I find the mine key? Look at everywhere I've been. The thing I like most about Dragon Ball GT is the consistency of the themes. I gotta say, I thought it was really clever how Baby grew up and got stronger. Wow, that's incredible. You don't see that too often. Oh geez, I fell. It makes you think about the cycle of life and death. In Dragon Ball GT, you can get killed by a baby and then he grows up and becomes stronger than you. Didn't expect that from a baby. I gotta give him credit. I need to save. The baby starts out as a baby, but after a while, he ends up becoming quite a demon. And that segues into our next part. Thank you, Arc System Works, for sponsoring the video Top 10 Best Dragon Ball GT episodes and themes. I gotta say that without the funding from Arc System Works, I would just be a baby. When out there were Damon and Baby, but since Arc System Works gave us money, I will make sure to do my best to be both Damon and Baby at the same time. Like in the new game, Arc System Works, Damon and Baby. Oh. I gotta save. I need a walkthrough. I need like a read me. I need a game FAQ guide to get through this. I just know it's something like I didn't look in one corner and then That's where the mine key is. All right. Someone link me the news. Whew. Wow. Great work to Damon Baby for being a part of this episode. TrueSocial.com. This is from December. Why did you link me? This is from December. Proudly made in the United States of America. I have just approved tiny cars to be built in America. Manufacturers have long waited to do this, just like they are so successfully built in other countries. They can be propelled by gasoline, electric, or hybrid. These cars of the very near future are inexpensive, safe, fuel efficient, and quite simply amazing. Start building them now. Start building them now. Hold on, let's see. Let me take a peek.
For them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're
Oh,
affected.
sure.
The
Link me the
amazing thing
Atlas
is we don't
Shrugged
need
ones.
the hormone straight. We don't need it. We don't need
Wait,
it at all.
what?
We don't,
Hormone
we have,
straight?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the hormone straight. We don't
need the hormone straight.
it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that?
Ooh, 3 times the amount. 3 times? Holy moly. Hold on, Trump on NATO. Ooh, is the streamer going to be correct? Once again, is the streamer going to be correct on her assessment of NATO? Let's find out.
Why he was reluctant to help.
Why what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran.
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't.
Can you explain why?
I figured out where you're supposed to go in the mine. Where is it? You missed like one little tiny door. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. All right, let's take a look. Let's do a little bit of this. Let's see. Hold on, I'm a boomer. Here we go. Jennifer says, this book really makes you take a good hard look at yourself and your behavior, which is why I think a lot of people don't like this book. It's a lecture, and most people don't like to get lectured. I loved it. It gave me a good swift kick in the ass. Well, I've never been a looter. I have made several irrational decisions in my life. With this 1,000+ page lecture has helped me to stop doing. It teaches you to think with your mind rather than your heart. It doesn't make you an uncaring person. You still feel with your heart, but you think with your mind. Use your mind instead of expecting to get the rewards of others who do all the thinking. If everyone did this, the world would be perfect. That is the idea behind Ein's story. Of course, this will never happen. Ein knew that. She just wrote a story about her ideal world. A lot of authors do that. No need to get pissed off at her for it. Yes, the book is wordy, but her words are genius, in my opinion. I love the long radio speech. Skip it if you are hating the book, or better yet, stop reading it. Go out and smell the flowers instead. Is the story black and white? Definitely. Authors have different styles. People complain. If every author wrote in the same style, people would complain. I can't tell you how many coworkers I've met who complain about how the CEO is making so much money and they should get some of that money. Well, go to college, get a business degree, and work you are way up to the you are way up the corporate ladder if you want the CEO's salary. Don't sit around and expect those kind of rewards because you work in accounts payable. You know what it takes, so do it and shut up. If it wasn't for the person who created this company, you wouldn't even have a job. I'm an administrative assistant making less money than the people complaining about wanting more money. It just makes me sick. But the people in Ein's story didn't work for money. They love their jobs. And she wasn't saying you had to be a rich corporate big shot to hold the whole world up. There were teachers and stay-at-home moms in her little world in the mountains. Ein has extremely valuable points. And if you are someone who is constantly looking for something to criticize in every book, then don't read it. If you can't handle looking at your imperfections, don't read it. If you have an open mind and are willing to learn something from every book and experience you have and grow as a person, then you will benefit from reading this book. The beautiful thing about this, February 6th, 2008. This is like reading those Game FAQs posts about the dudes that are like, our economy's doing fine. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's 2 months before the Great Recession. As Ryan Ann's immortal opus, Atlas Shrugged, stands as a tome to philosophy that is relevant today as it was in her time. Basically, the major moral theme is that there are two types of people in the world, the creators and the leeches. The creators are the innovators who use the power of their will and intelligence to better humanity. The first person to create fire is often referenced as the paradigm for these people. In the book, each of the major protagonists also represent creators improving the human condition with their force of will. The leeches, parentheses, my word, are the people who create nothing, but thrive off of feeding on the creators. In Rand's view, they are the bureaucrats, politicos, regulators, etc. Throughout human history, she tells us, these people have benefited through no ingenuity of their own, but merely from piggybacking on and often fettering the success of the creators. Where the conflict in this book arises is when the creators decide they have had enough and revolt. I won't spoil the book by describing specifics, but let's just say it causes quite the societal drama, for leeches can't feed when there's no blood. All that is fairly significant, involved, and worth the read to begin with. But where this book really stimulates me is the fact that it's still relevant. Today we have creators and we have leeches. Some titans of industry and technology move our culture forward, and others hold it back to their own benefit. I work in Silicon Valley and I see this all the time. That's why, in many ways, I consider this voluminous novel to be as important to a business education as Art of War. You cite other readers' posts. You don't have to agree with what Rand is extolling, but I think you'd be foolish to try to deny the existence of this struggle since it was grained in humanity. Yes, Ayn does get long-winded and arrogant in parts as she draws the battle lines, but I don't think an author could have crafted such a powerful conflict without copious quantities of ego to accentuate the differences. Dude. You know, When is this? December 4th, 2013. You can truly feel as time moves on, more and more people are reading the book and they read something like all taxation is theft and you deserve to revolt for the stealing of your currency through all forms of taxes, and you should just not ever regulate anything and not worry about how these things turn out. I feel like you don't really get the same kind of vibe as this anymore, right? Or Jennifer. What can we go to Aurelius Meditations? I was visiting an old friend for the past few days, and she showed me this cover of Atlas Shrugged I made for her when we lived in Ukraine. Image error. It was a necessary repair, but it pretty much proves I should be a cover designer. Original review. I think Francisco de Cania is an absolute dreamboat. The books like blah, blah, blah engineering, blah, blah, blah John Gall, blah, blah, blah no altruistic act, blah, blah, hello Francisco de Aconia. You growl and a half. Also, there's a pirate. So what's everyone complaining about? Okay, it's not that I don't get what everyone's complaining about. I get that Rand is kind of Looney Tunes of the Glenn Beck variety, and some people, maybe, use her to justify being assholes. But I just don't like to throw the bathwater out with the baby. Warning. I think, to make my point, I have to refer to Dostoevsky a lot, which I seem to always do because he really is some kind of touchstone to me. The point I'm trying to make with all this blabbering is the debate over Atlas Shrugs brings out something that I might hate more than anything else. More than weddings and kitty litter, even. It makes people say that ideas are dangerous. People on all sides of the spectrum do this about different stuff, and whatever the argument, I don't like it. If an idea is wrong, say it's wrong. But genocide doesn't happen because people put forward too many ideas. It happens because people put forward too few ideas. I'm sorry, Meredith. You're stupid as fuck. I'm not reading that. No, don't send me in here. I'm sorry, Meredith. I feel bad because they're like framing this in like a, like, oh, I kind of get it. But it's just like, oh, the way you put this is killing me. First story, the third part of this book is super weird. It's definitely not the actual ending of the book, I've decided, but more of a choose your own adventure suggestion. It's kind of fun that way because any end that you, the reader, come up with will be better than the one Rand suggested. My favorite part of her ending is how John Gall gives the most boring speech possible, and it lasts for about a bazillion pages, and you have to skip it or die. Then at the end, Rand's like, the entire world was listening, ears glued to the radios, because Galt's speech was the most brilliant thing they had ever heard. Nope. Nope. Nice try, liar. So that's super lame. I agree. And you could just skip to the third part. But people don't get as mad about the epilogue in Crime and Punishment. Oh, God. Why? That's the same situation where it kills all fun and you have to ignore that it happened. Is it just because it's shorter and it's called epilogue? Maybe that's enough. But on the other hand, maybe people didn't read all the way to the end of Crime and Punishment. Maybe because it was written by a crazy Russian man, not a crazy Russian woman. People think they'll sound deep if they say they like it. Second, writing. People complain about Rand's writing, and I always think, when was the last time you wrote a 1,000-page book in a second language and pulled off a reasonably page-turning storyline? The woman spoke Russian, for crying out loud. It most certainly would have been a better choice for her to have written the books in Russian and had them translated. But, I mean, most native English speakers couldn't be that entertaining. Hold on. It's at least an A for effort. I'm not going to make excuses for the unpronounceable names she chooses for her characters, but I'll just say Dostoevsky again and leave it at that. I know it made a huge difference in my rating of this book when I was living in a Soviet bloc apartment in Lozovaya, Ukraine at the time, and I'd forgotten a little bit how to speak English. I'm sure a lot of weird phrasing didn't sound weird to me because it makes sense in Russian. But also, I feel like I've read a lot of translations of Dostoevsky, and other Russians that feel really weird in English. You know, everyone's always having some kind of epileptic fit or whatever with Mr. D. But we allow for the weirdness because we picture the stuff happening in Russia, where the weird stuff typically goes down anyways. I'll tell you right now, Atlas Shrugged takes place in Russia. No joke! She might tell you they're flying over the Rocky Mountains or whatever, but this book is a Russian if there ever was one. Just so it's clear, I love that about it. That's no insult, only compliment. She's saying I like this book if I create a whole new story out of it. Like, it's not even like subtext. It's not even like relating to subtext. It's like, I just didn't like this, so I decided it's not real. Third, philosophy. Maybe I told you this story already, so skip it if you already know it. When I lived in Ukraine, I had the same conversation with 3 or 4 people of the older generation who grew up in the Soviet Union. They would tell me, quote, things were really wonderful, the Soviet Union, much better than they are now. We had free healthcare, free housing, and now we have nothing. I mean, every once in a while, your neighbor would disappear, but it was completely worth it. This was really disturbing to me because it gave this picture of the people around me, that they were the ones who ratted out the neighbors who wanted a different life. Sure, Rand's vision is narrow and sometimes inhuman, but I think it is because she was really terrified of this equally narrow and, as far as I'm concerned, inhuman vision. I want a public healthcare option real bad, and my neighbor has some really annoying chihuahuas, but if forced to choose between them, I'd still probably pick my neighbor. Admittedly, the problem with this argument is that it sets up a dichotomy where our only choices are the prosperity gospel and Soylent Green. From what I know of Rand, though, she had seen her neighbors and family thrown out of Russia or killed for being rich. She was fighting something extreme by being extreme. So, we've talked a little bit about this as we've gone through the lore, right? As we went over the lectures. Rich people in, like, okay, here's a common trend that comes out of this kind of shit, right? The rich people completely exploit the average worker to unbelievable degrees. Like, again, we are talking about a time period where your rent was paid by your labor on a plot of land, right? You would work purely to have a residence, right? But while you worked on that residence, you were essentially owned by the landowner, and thus you had no rights to even leave your land, right? And I mean, it wasn't even your land, much less that. So when you read people saying like all these crazy people wanted to kill all these rich people, like, what's going on? These crazy psychopaths. It's not because they're like inhuman monsters or something like that. There's hundreds of years of exploitation in very brutal, very loud ways that, like, naturally when the Bolsheviks came to power, it was just like every day you would have, let me give you an example. The first election that after the revolution, like after the Tsarist revolution, we're talking like not even a party is in power, right? That there's just a socialist momentum. If you went to go vote in a village and you were like a priest or like, you know, someone like some rich landowner, it was an opportunity to get your ass beat. Because, like, the thing is, not every single rich person engaged in the most extreme crimes, but the average person was deeply jaded and deeply, like, it changed how they viewed people who are very rich, right? That when they lost their rights and privileges, they were mad and they wanted to punish them for it, right? It's not that different in China, right, with their revolution. And we've talked about how serfdom appeared in there too, right? That essentially the peasants were forced either to fight for the communists, right, or go back, make all the money like make up for all the lost labor over 10 plus years, right? Of 10 plus years with interest if they went and fought for the nationalists. Why the fuck would they ever want to be on your side, right? It's silly. Unfortunately, in America, this rhetoric turns into the idea that having public services equals killing your neighbor. To me, this comes from people taking our arguments too seriously on both sides. Dostoevsky has ghosts and devils coming out of every corner, and people take his stories for what they're worth. We don't think that liking his books makes us mystics and hating them makes us inquisitors. Why is it different with Rand? Pardon me. Fourth, women. I'm not gonna lie and tell you there weren't other badass female characters when Dagny Taggart came around. All I want to say about this is that the most valuable thing I got from this book was the idea that one person being unhappy doesn't and shouldn't make other people happy. I think in this way, it was particularly important to me that the protagonist was a woman. I see a lot of women complain about their lives and families, but say it's all worth it because they've been able to devote their lives to making their husbands or children happy. I'm paraphrasing, I guess. Anyway, that kind of hegemony really creeps me out. When I read this book, I was just realizing I joined Peace Corps with a similarly misguided motivation. I wanted to go to the needy and unfortunate countries of the world and sacrifice myself to save them. It might sound more nasty than it really was when I say it like that. Oh my god. Is this the real life personification of the white savior complex? Is that what this is? It might sound more nasty than it really was when I say it like that, but I think it is a really arrogant attitude to have. We might have hot running water in America, for which I'm forever grateful, but if somewhere doesn't have that, it's probably not because of a problem that silly 23-year-old English major is going to solve. Don't get me wrong, I loved Peace Corps, and it was maybe the best experience of my life so far. But I loved it for the things that I got out of it, and if someone else benefited from my being in Ukraine, it was dumb luck. I'm not gonna lie. This is like actually, this is scaring me a little. This is the type of person who takes any opportunity to hijack a conversation and steer it towards talking about themselves. Yes, I fucking hate that shit. Yes, you gotta engage with people, dude. Oh my god. I don't know about other women, but I was raised to believe that the more selfless, read unhappy I was, the better off everyone else would be. I think it's a pretty typical way that women talk themselves into staying in abusive situations, that their lives are worth less than the lives around them. This would be the Hank Reardon character in the novel. I love that Rand sets up characters who destroy the cycle of abuse. I love that her female protagonist lives completely outside of it. So, not to undercut my noble feminist apologetics, but really, Francisco's just hot, and I just think that's the reason I like this book. There are lots of other reasons to read Rand, but most of those get into the arguments about our ideas being dangerous. I just don't think they are or should be. I think ignorance is dangerous, but I think it should be pretty easy to fill in the gaping holes in Rand's logic. Yes, she conveniently ignores the very old, very young, and disabled to make a specific and extreme point. I don't think her point is entirely without merit, though. Interesting. In the sense that our lives are valuable, not in the sense of kill the weak. I also think that if we give a danger label to every book that conveniently ignores significant portions of the population to make a point, we wouldn't be left with much. Anyways, read, discuss, agree, disagree. I'll be making up some Team John, Team Hank, and Team Francisco t-shirts later. I hear in the sequel there are werewolves. The tags are classic or canonical, girls rule, motherless daughters, reviewed, utopia, dystopia. When was this comment? December 3rd, 2013. Oh god, June 7th, 2007. When my mother gave me this book and said, quote, I think you will like this. I read it over vacation in a week when I was your age. End quote. I took one look at the massive text and couldn't believe it. She also said I reminded her of the characters, a statement to this day I take pride in. And that is exactly what I learned from this book. That pride is most beautiful thing, and to live on this earth means one must understand its reality and learn to use one's mind to make it what one wants it to be. It is about truly loving life and all that it means to live it. It is the reason why I understand myself as a man who belongs on earth. I know. I'm not even going to bother. It is very long, almost 1,200 pages, so get ready for an epic. I won't try to say it is great literature, though if the style fits the person who is reading it, it will certainly be an amazing read. It can be long-winded and wordy at times, but what philosopher isn't? My advice, stick with it through the first half of the first section. It takes a bit to get going in the book, but once it starts, it is worth it. To the proposition that all we have inside of us are the inherent values to be heroes. We just need to learn the virtues that will bring those values out of us. I want to find one that's recent. All of these are like from 2024. Woo! Sort by recent. Where is it? This is in German. I can't read that. I mean, it was good. It, without a doubt, is one of the books that you need to read. For the first time, I really got why people love capitalism. Although some of its portrayal comes off as hyperbole / satire. A must read for just about anyone, although I will warn it is far from succinct. What was done in 1,000 pages could be easily have done in 500. However, it does feel like one of those books that is eye-opening. Excellent work, eye-opening content. However, its execution could have been improved. Judging from the reviews, Atlas Shrugged is still as decisive as ever. I read it in college and loved it. Reading it again now, I still do. The ultimate tale of individualism and self-governance. Bootlickers and commies both hate this book for telling the truth. Love to see these James Taggarts in the comment sections. I love it, but it's going to take some radical honesty and a paradigm shift for the seed to get to the soil. A complex and sometimes lengthy reading, but a definite must in our current world. It shows us how our socialist approach is actually tinted by much darker and less altruistic intents, forcing one to look at themselves and their true intentions. I read the first 500 pages and it took me 5 years to come back to it and finish the last 900. But this book came into my hands at the right time, and I would highly advise anyone who feels genuinely confused in today's world to give themselves the time and space to make the morals of this book theirs. It's always just like, it's funny because in a lot of these comments, even just how they read the book and talk about it, it betrays so much about how little they know, right? Like, there is no class analysis from the socialist perspective, right? It's purely individualistic. But even then, the history surrounding these things, if you view it from an individualistic, like pre-revisionist even lens, like, you would not be talking about it like this. Like, it's so clear this is like read my first book kind of shit, you know? Been on my list for a while, and it's almost like 4 or 5 books rolled into one, with a not so obviously present, at least to me at times, arc of her objectivism philosophy. There was a great deal I enjoyed about this book. The story is great. The tension between characters rather than within them was unique. There were also things I did not enjoy so much, e.g., 70 pages of John Galt, quote, speaking, for example. However, I had to give this book 5 stars on sheer accomplishment alone. It was so layered and complex, so dense in passages, and it did challenge my own philosophical leanings, which is a good reason to read this book at all. Although I'm sure many would disagree, I felt a similarity at times to the Grapes of Wrath, where right and what is just doesn't always mean that much when confronted with the cold facts of life, survival, and the sheer brutality of its existence. It will never be a book to everyone's taste. In fact, many will immediately take offense on the premise alone. Controversial in the truest sense of the word, an epic read. My philosophy, in essence, is the concept of man as a heroic being, with his own happiness being the moral purpose of his life, with productive achievement his noblest activity, and reason as his only absolute. Epic. Do you ever finish a book and stare off into space, stunned and disoriented, but in the best kind of way? That's how I felt at the end of Atlas Shrugged. It's a mountain to climb, over 1,000 pages, hard to get into at first, and then suddenly I was all in, rereading entire chapters because I didn't want to miss any subtle character developments or foreshadowing. It's set in a period of expanding industrialization and control over a rapid evolving railroad system. What lingered most was the friction between big human themes like individualism versus the collective, morality versus self-interest, reason versus emotion, all unfolding through a woman navigating her role in a rapidly evolving world. I was surprised to learn that Ayn Rand got so much heat for this one. I read that it's often labeled as purely pro-capitalist, but for me, it was more like a pressure test of society's assumptions about what actually serves humanity, especially during periods of economic strain. I couldn't help but draw parallels to my own experience living in the United States. A serious commitment, but absolutely worth it, IMHO. I would have, quote, do not lose your knowledge that man's proper estate is an upright posture, an intrinsic mind, and a step that unravels unlimited roads. Do not let your fire go out, spark by irreplaceable spark. In the hopeless swamps of the approximate, the not quite, the not yet, the not all. Do not let the hero in your soul perish in the lonely frustration for the life you deserved, but have never been able to reach. Check your road to the nature of your battle. The world you desired can be won. It exists. It is real. It is possible. It is yours. Quote, life is the reward of virtue, and happiness is the goal and the reward of life. Star emoji. Quote, every living thing must grow. It can't stand still. It must grow or perish. Star emoji. Quote, I will remain faithful to the one commandment of my code, which I have never broken, to be a man who pays his own way. Star emoji. An honest man is one who knows that he can't consume more than he has produced. Star emoji. There's no such thing as a lousy job. Only lousy men who don't care to do it. Star emoji. Quote, how did you manage to remain unmangled? By holding to just one rule, which to place nothing above the verdict of my own mind. You've taken some terrible beatings, maybe worse than I did, worse than any of us. Well, it held you through it. The knowledge that my life is the highest of values, too high to give up without a fight. Star emoji. Quote, the twilight was draining the sky without the wound of a sunset. It looked more like the fading of an anemic body in the process of exhausting its last drops of blood and light. I love that. I love how they talk about it challenging their war view and then off zero elaboration or critique and instead continue to gush about the book. What did the book challenge you to make by making you more of a reactionary, individualistic dog? I love that, Nasty. Say it louder. This is the longest book I've read in a long time. A classic I failed to read when I was younger and teaching high school English. I regret reading it so late in life. It is an incredible book, incredible character development, and genius portrayals of the mindful versus the mindless, the producers versus the takers, the workers versus the stagnant. Wow. Dude, do you know what, like, one thing I do find quite fascinating about this is the way that they all talk about it. Like, when I read something like, let's say I read some Marxist theory, right, that like really resonates with me, right? I will just feel an inspiration to just learn, right? To just keep studying shit. And the way that people come out of this and they discuss what they've gathered from it, it's very like, oh, I wish I read this sooner. I wish I read this sooner. This is like too important to miss out. Like it's like a personal individualistic awakening to reading this. As if it's like a permission structure to be like, no, you can just care about yourself. And they read this and they're like, yes, finally. That's what it kind of comes off as. Who is John Galt? Well, read this Randian classic and find. Isn't that what the book is about? Yes. But like, that's my point. It shows that you're like, there's no analysis beyond just like, oh, it's okay to be a little shit. It's for the right reasons, you know? This was a 2-time read. Although my like-minded beliefs have shifted away from Rand, this is a truly great piece. Entrepreneur starter pack piece. Much maligned these days due to political views, but it's actually an intriguing mystery, and some of the political commentary is actually quite accurate, not to mention funny, e.g. the naming of things, like the anti-dog eat dog rule. Granted, Galt's radio speech is unbearably long and boring. Can't blame anyone for skipping over that section. For centuries, the battle of morality is fought between those who claim that your life belongs to God and those who claim that it belongs to your neighbors, between those who preach that the good is self-sacrifice for the sake of ghosts in heaven and those who preach that the good is self-sacrifice for the sake of incompetence on earth. See, that's what I was waiting for. And no one came to say that your life belongs to you and that the good is to live it. The amount of times I read this book does nothing but reinforce my adoration for this story. The timing of it, yet again, was astounding. 10 out of 10. Love this book. I acknowledge that I'm extraordinarily biased here given my love for capitalism, but this was perfect. A 2-hour diatribe making up almost the last third of the book? Yes, please, and I'll gladly read again. Undoubtedly not for everyone, or frankly most people, but it definitely was for me. There are novels you read for pleasure, and novels you read to recalibrate what literature dares to attempt. Atlas Shrugged belongs unapologetically to the latter category. At nearly 1,200 pages, it is less a book than an ideological continent. It is tectonic, inhospitable, and to its admirers, sublime. Rand often begins for many readers within the gentler provinces of popular fiction. Names like Mary Higgins Clark, Sidney Sheldon, Danielle Steele, or Nora Roberts mark an early literary education, plot-driven immediacy, and emotional accessibility. Such varied reading creates the comfortable illusion of breadth, yet exposure to canonical and philosophically ambitious works such as Salman Rushdie, Milan Kundera, or Thomas Hardy tends to unsettle that complacency. Literature then reveals itself as an ocean rather than a curated shelf. Rand enters this ocean like a battleship. Having previously produced an architectural hymn that is The Fountainhead, Rand's final and most expansive novel arrives with an air of culmination. It legislates and it adjudicates. Where other novelists may hide their metaphysics beneath narrative subtlety, Rand advances hers with the candor of a manifesto. At first glance, the novel presents itself as a dystopian allegory, a decaying United States buckling under proliferating regulations and moralistic economic decrees. Oh my God. This is the shit I'm waiting for, man. Industrialists vanish, infrastructure collapses, legislation multiplies with the enthusiasm of bureaucrats unacquainted with production, yet the apparent simplicity of this premise dissolves. The novel is about metaphysical withdrawal. It asks a scandalously impertinent question. What happens when the minds that sustain civilization refuse to continue doing so? The animating enigma, who is John Galt? Narrative hook, and a philosophical cone. The question reverberates across boardrooms, factories, railway depots, accruing the quality of a cultural shrug. Only after hundreds of pages does the answer emerge. Galt is less an individual than an ontological rebellion. He is Prometheus, rescinding his gift of fire, the engineer who elects to remove his motor from the world's machine. Holy fuck, this is awesome. Dude, I missed this kind of dude. Oh my god. This is like my favorite. I miss libertarians like this. Dude, this is like Tea Party. This is a dude from the Tea Party. I can't believe that this is from 2026. I genuinely cannot. Oh my god. This is just bringing me back to the Tea Party. Oh my god. The central dramatic axis revolves around Dagny Taggart, a vice president in practice, if not title, of Taggart Transcontinental. Dagny is cast in the heroic mold of Rand's industrial aristocracy, rational, tireless, aesthetically formidable. Yet she is within the corporate patriarchy of her own enterprise, her competence eclipsed by a brother more adept at rhetoric than at railways. Through Dagny, Rand performs a curious maneuver. She critiques the marginalization of female authority, while simultaneously subsuming gender into the higher virtue of productivity. In this universe, the boardroom is the true arena of emancipation. Competence is the path to liberation. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say to that. Dude, I've realized something. The capitalists who are like too fiercely pro-capitalist that cannot shake the cultural hegemony, dude, her competence eclipsed by a brother more adept at rhetoric than at railways. This one 5-star review has made me realize so much about all the libertarians I've argued with in my life that my brain hurts, frankly. Opposing Dagny and her cohort are regulators whose moral vocabulary consists almost entirely of need. They are depicted as well-credentialed, yet intellectually parasitic, legislating in the name of equity while steadily draining the vitality from those who produce. The moral architecture is undeniably stark. Rand's world offers minimal chiaroscuro. I don't even know what this word is. I've never seen this before. Chiaroscuro. I've never heard of this word before. Am I having an ESL moment, or is this not common? It's an art thing. Okay. Heroes are incandescent, antagonists ethically anemic. Subtlety is sacrificed at the altar of clarity. And then there are the speeches. Much has been made of the novel's extended philosophical orations, most notoriously Galt's radio address, which occupies nearly 100 pages. Detractors labor these passages didactic excess. Admirers view them as the rare spectacle of a novelist refusing to smuggle her ideas in narrative disguise. Rand insists the effect can feel overwhelming, even authoritarian. Yet it is precisely this excess that defines the novel's peculiar grandeur. Atlas Shrugged advances its convictions with operatic amplitude. The charge of preachiness is not without merit. The novel reiterates its central tenets: rational self-interest, the immorality of unearned rewards, and of productive genius, with a relentlessness bordering on incantation. Characters occasionally seem like less psychological organisms than like syllogisms in human form. Yet, paradoxically, the book exerts an undeniable narrative propulsion. The mystery of Galt's identity, the incremental collapse of the external world, and the existence of a hidden enclave of strikers in the Colorado mountains generate a momentum that resists abandonment. You may object, but you continue reading. The climactic sequences veer into the extravagant, a state-sanctioned torture device, a daring rescue, a theatrical confrontation between individual will and collectivist coercion. Critics have described these scenes as overwrought, even absurd, but to a fault. Rand for melodrama is to fault Wagner for volume. The scale is the point. Civilization itself is on trial. Understatement would constitute aesthetic negligence. The novel's detractors often point to its apparent naivete regarding unregulated markets, especially in light of crises. They note, with a certain grim irony, the historical association between Rand's ideas and figures such as Alan Greenspan. Yet such critique risks misreading the novel as a policy brief rather than a philosophical parable. Rand is less concerned with quarterly earnings than with moral axioms. Her real adversary is altruism, construed as compulsory self-sacrifice. Does the book oversimplify? Undoubtedly. Does it construct a moral universe more geometric than organic? Frequently. And yet, for all its shrillness, memorably characterized by Whittaker Chambers as shrillness without reprieve, Atlas Shrugged possesses a single audacity. It refuses the fashionable suspicion of greatness. It dares to propose that genius exists, that morally defensible, and that civilization depends on the uncoerced operation of the rational mind. The erotic undertones function as an aphrodisiac, and sexual encounters are dominant, which will discomfort some readers. Rand's aesthetic of desire is inseparable from her ethic of achievement. Attraction is calibrated by competence. In her cosmos, the dollar sign is a hieroglyph. Atlas Shrugged is too intellectually uncompromising to qualify as light reading and too ideologically charged to pass as neutral art. It is, instead, a maximalist experiment, a novel that aspires to refound morality on rational egoism and to dramatize the consequences of ignoring the primacy of mind. You need not assent to every preface to recognize the magnitude of the attempt. Indeed, the very implausibility of certain philosophical applications to contemporary society renders the novel's status as a thought experiment rather than a blueprint. Rand's world may be hyperbolic, but hyperbole here functions as a magnifying glass. The book eclipses its excesses. Its architecture is colossal. Its convictions unashamed, perversely compelling. If literature is occasionally permitted to be excessive in the service of vision, then Atlas Shrugged earns its 5 stars, not for modesty, but for magnitude. It is a novel that irritates, provokes, and mesmerizes in equal measure. It may shout, but it never whispers. In an age enamored by irony, there's something almost refreshing about a work that means exactly what it says. Do you remember what I said earlier about how there are, like, it's not my least favorite kind of Marxist, but there is somebody who is over obsessed with the theory, but has no understanding of history or like clashes against that. You know what I mean? They never like kind of investigate further, or like this doesn't like lead them on some ideological journey about reading shit. And I think that's the point, to be honest. I mean, it's about saying like you're just a hero, do your shit. You're a king. Just do the king shit, king. Long and can be very slow, but the characters really captured me. Changed my view on life for sure. Oh my god. I saw this and I had to keep going. 9 out of 10. I really liked Atlas Shrugged. It has that dystopian tension I enjoy. Similar to the Hunger Games, but it approaches it from a more intellectual angle. Instead of focusing on survival in a physical arena, it's about survival in an economic and political one. The slow unraveling of society felt deliberate and unsettling in a way that stayed with me. What stood out most was the idea that the most capable people simply refuse to keep carrying a system that punishes them. The strike of the mind concept is bold and thought-provoking. The world doesn't collapse because of chaos, but because its innovators walk away. That's a powerful premise. I also appreciated how unapologetic the main characters are about ambition and competence. Even when the book leans heavily into philosophy, I found that message compelling. Overall, it felt like a sharp ideological dystopia that challenges you to think about individualism, responsibility, and the cost of overreach. Does it? Top 3 books ever. I loved it, and I normally don't read this genre. I can tell. One of my absolute favorite books. It was my dad's Bible, so I read it to better understand my dad. Oh, girl, I'm so sorry. This actually, I don't even want to read this one anymore. That's actually too much. That one's too much. Panorama view of human nature. While I don't share Ayn Rand's philosophy, I truly enjoyed this story. Utterly fantastic. This should be mandatory reading in US schools. One of the greatest books ever written. Okay, one more. I am at a loss of words after finishing this book. I can truly say it was the greatest work of art I have ever witnessed. I cannot imagine a more important time than now to come across Ayn Rand's philosophy. The concept of man as a heroic being, with his own happiness as the moral purpose of his life, with productive achievement as his noblest ability, and reason as his only absolute. There are more life lessons that I know what to do with bursting out of these pages, and I intend to go back and focus on those that speak most to me. Here are a couple that are extremely pertinent to this day. Just before we continue, I want to remind you guys, the root of this is around like accomplishment or productive achievement, right? Right? If we look at the inventions over the last 100 years, and we look at some of the biggest inventions that are still used and, relevant today, I don't know. I feel like it's leading me in a direction that the book doesn't really agree with. I don't know. I've been trying to invent solar panels recently, but I can't seem to get them. You know? The country, the product of reason, could not survive on the morality of sacrifice. It was not built by men who sought self-immolation or by men who sought handouts. It could not live by the mystic doctrine that damned this earth as evil and those who succeeded on it depraved. Right? Oh my God. I mean, like when you read it like this and you think about what I just told you about how conditions in the Russian Empire were, it really tells you a lot, huh? If you choose to help a man who suffers, do it on the ground of his virtues, of his right to recover, of his rational record, or of the fact that he suffers unjustly, then your action is still a trade, and his virtue is the payment for your help. But to help a man who has no virtues, to help him on the ground of his suffering as such, to accept his faults, his need, as a claim, is to accept the mortgage of a zero on your values. A man who had no virtues is a hater of existence who acts on the premise of death. To help him is to sanction his evil and to support his career of destruction. I forgot that Ayn Rand did end up on welfare. Oh my God. I completely forgot about that. That's so true. I mean, that is like I don't know. It just says a lot. It just says a lot. My favorite book of all times. Read it more than just once. Just great. I need a long one. Oh, here we go. The funniest thing to me is actually seeing that reviews for this book only have 2 scores, 1 star or 5 stars. LOL. I'm going to go with the 5-star camp, but for reasons less mentioned. Hit me, Gabriel. It's 2026, and I just finished reading this book over my teacher's summer break. I am an IB econ teacher at an international high school. I read most of this road tripping through southern Brazil. That being said, I was most impressed by Rand's ability to put together such a wide-stretching novel, all related to how much she adores capitalism. I'd self-identify as a liberal and a fan of some of the Nordic countries' policies. You can't be doing that, buddy. But this book really does an impressive job laying out all the negative outcomes if a nation goes too far left and ends up as a people state. I enjoyed it, and yes, there were parts which got a little rambling, but that is sort of expected when you pick up a 1,200-page book. Can you imagine someone having the attention span to produce this sort of work in 2026? That is what blew me away. Love, Gabby. This is the American liberal. Dude, it's incredible. It is incredible. A cute review, I'm afraid. It is a bit of a cute review. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. Love, Gabby is just at the end of a 5-star Atlas Shrugged review. How can I not find that adorable? How can I not find that the cutest shit I've ever seen in my life? Much less, like, I'd self-identify as liberal and a fan of the Nordic countries' policies. The crazy thing about this is because a lot of the Nordic country policies, I can tell you as somebody who, was born there, a lot of their policies are what would be considered blatantly communist in America, right? Like in Finland, we've talked about how they have universal healthcare, although now they are beginning to kind of chip away at the healthcare, right? One thing I have talked about before is Finland actually will pay for your housing if you are yes, they do a housing first model. So if you are homeless or you're, I forgot the better term for it. I'm sorry, I lack the woke words at the moment. Unhoused. Yes, thank you. Temporarily unhoused. Their system is if you are unhoused, you get a free apartment with a therapist to help you reintegrate yourself into the workplace, however that be, right? So understand that if you identify with liking some of these Nordic country policies, you are directly contrasting against what Ayn Rand's talking about. Much less like, we're not even talking about the Norway's oil being nationalized, right? As essentially a lot of its wealth, as a product of a lot of wealth, I should say. So like, this is a very interesting example because it's for like pointing to social democracy. It's actually quite bad, like for this review. Should we go to 1984? These were the same people comparing the 2016 election to Harry Potter. Holy fuck. I love that. I completely forgot about that shit. Oh my god. Oh, dude, how do you not love how do you not love reading shit like this? Hold on. I need to see the 5 stars. The 5 stars will be truly fascinating. And you know it's going to be people arguing about some truly heinous shit. Excuse me? The Hunger Games? What the fuck? my god. Holy shit. What is... Is there a translate button? Oh my god. What is going on? Just use the Firefox one. Oh. I love this image of Stalin so much. I love it so much. I'm so stunned like by this. I'm sorry. I need to like center myself right now. Oh. View spoiler. I don't know what the fuck this is, man. Okay. Last one for real, and then I'm gonna keep going tomorrow. It's been 5.5 hours. You are the dead. Oh my god. I got the chills so many times towards the end of this book. It completely blew my mind. It managed to surpass my high expectations and be nothing like I expected at all. Or in newspeak, double plus good. Let me preface this with an apology. If I sound stunningly articulate at times in this review, I can't help it. My mind is completely fried. This book is like the dystopian Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. 1984 is like dystopian Lord of the Rings. I love that so much. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna start saying this shit when you guys start talking about the fucking Hobbit. It's like dystopian Hobbit. Oh my god. With its richly developed culture and economics, not to mention a fully developed language called Newspeak, or rather, more of the anti-language, whose purpose is to limit speech and understanding instead of to enhance and expand it. The world building is so fully fleshed out and spine-tingingly terrified that it's almost as if George traveled to such a place, escaped from it, and then just wrote it all down. Buddy, what's gonna blow your mind? Let me tell you what George Orwell was doing in Spain in the 30s. Oh my god. Oh my god. I read Fahrenheit 451 over 10 years ago in my early teens. At the time, I really remember wanting to read 1984, although I never managed to get my hands on it. I'm almost glad I didn't, though I would not have admitted it at the time. It would have gone over my head, or at the very least, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate it fully. From the start, the author manages to articulate so many of the things I've thought about, but I've never been able to find a way to put into words. Even in the first few chapters, I found myself having to stop just to quietly consider the words of Mr. Orwell. For instance, he talks about how the act of writing itself is a type of time travel. It is communicating with the future. I write these words now, but others may not discover them for hours, weeks, or even years. For me, it is one time. For you, the reader, is an entirely different one. Just the thought that reading and writing could one day be outlawed just shivers my timbers. I related to Winston so much in that way. I would have found a way to read or write. The politics and psychology of this novel run deep. The society in the book has no written laws, but many acts are punishable by death. The slogan of the party, "War is Peace," is entirely convoluted. Individuality is frowned upon and could lead to being labeled a traitor to the party. I also remember always wondering why the title was 1984. I was familiar with the concept of Big Brother and wondered why that wasn't the name of the book. In the story, they don't actually know what year it is because so much of the past has been erased by the Ministry of Truth. It could have easily been 1981. I think that makes the title more powerful. Something as simple as the year or date is unknown to these people. They have to believe it is whatever day that they are told it is. They don't have the right to keep track. Knowledge is powerful. Knowledge is necessary. But according to Big Brother, ignorance is strength. 1984 is written in past tense and has long paragraphs of exposition, recounting events and explaining the society. These are usually things that distance me from a book and from the characters, but Orwell managed to keep me fully enthralled. He frequently talks in circles and ideas are often repeated, but it is still intriguing. Nonetheless, I must admit I zoned out a bit while Winston was reading from the book, but I was very fascinated by the culture. Sometimes it seems as though the only way to really experience a character's emotion is through first person. This is not the case with this book. It is written in third person, yet I never failed to be encompassed in Winston's feelings. George manages to ensure that the reader never feels disconnected from the events that are unfolding around them, with the exception of the beginning when Winston is just starting to become awakened. I developed a strong attachment to Winston and thrived on living inside his mind. I became a member of the thought police, hearing everything, feeling everything, and last but not least, what the thought police are not allowed to do, questioning everything. I wasn't expecting a love story in this book, but the relationship between Julie and Winston was truly profound. I enjoyed it even more than I would have expected, and thought the moments between them were beautiful. I wasn't sure whether he was going to eventually betray Julia to the party or not, but I certainly teared up often when it came to their relationship. George has an uncanny ability to get to the base of the human psyche, at times suggesting that we need to be at war for many different reasons, whether it's at war with ourselves or with others. That is one thing I have never understood, why humans feel the need to destroy and control each other. It seems that the main and recurring message in this book is about censorship and brainwashing. One, censorship is limited and little exposure to ideas of the world. The other, brainwashing, is forced and too much exposure to a certain ideas. Both can be extremely dangerous. Inside the Ministry of Truth, he demonstrates the dangers of censorship by showing how the party has completely rewritten the past by forging and abolishing documents and physical evidence. We also spend quite a bit of time with Winston, the Ministry of Love, where the brainwashing takes place. Those who commit thought crime are tortured until they grow to love and obey Big Brother and serve only the interests of the party. A common theme occurred to me throughout the book, although it wasn't necessarily referenced consistently. The good of the many is more important than the good of the one. There are so many variables when it comes to this statement, and for the most part, it seems natural to say, of course, the many is more important than the one. But when inside Winston's head, all that I began to care about was his well-being, and not if he was able to help disband or conquer the party and Big Brother. I just wanted him to be at peace. You know, I was thinking that, like, I don't know. It's whatever. Let's just keep going. Whether or not the good of all is more important than that of the one, I can't answer. I think most people feel their own happiness is more important than the rest of the world's. And maybe that's part of the problem, but it's also human nature. I only wish we could all accept one another, regardless of belief and culture, and not try to force ways of life onto other people. Maybe I'm naive for thinking that way, but so be it. I remember when I thought that way, and then I kept meeting conservative hogs who are brain rotted from random anti-trans talking points. I almost don't know what to think about this book. I'm not even sure my brain still works. Or if it even worked right at all. This book has a way of making you think you know exactly what you believe about everything, and then turning you completely upside down and making you question whether or not you believe anything at all about anything. It's the strangest thing. Double think? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Everything about this book is captivating. It's groundbreaking, yet at the same time, purely classic, ahead of its time, yet timeless. From Big Brother to the Thought Police, I was hooked and just wanted to know more about it all. Basically, I think everyone should read 1984 at some point. You really have to be in the mood to work at reading it, though. But it's all worth it in the end. It's absolutely incredible, and I loved it. I don't reread many books, but this will definitely be one of them. It is a hard read, but more importantly, it is a must read. It's groundbreaking at the same time, a pure classic. You know, I am beginning to understand the average analysis like this, right? The more I read reviews like this, it is just like it is purely just not understanding like the whole class structure like in general, right? Like it's just it's not understanding any of the class structure that leads I mean, obviously George Orwell was a socialist, a very anti-Stalinist, or I guess an anti-Leninist, more accurately. So I understand that there is always going to be a disconnect, but it's so funny that reading stuff like this through that, there's no analysis from any sort of class angle, and it's just like whoa, it's scary how everyone's doing the same thing. He wrote Lenin pretty favorably in Animal Farm. Probably on the anarcho-socialist end of the spectrum. I mean, he was just, I think, one of these, I think he was just one of the libertarian, like the decentralized, I mean, they were like the council communists, the left comms in Europe. God damn. This is an author post. One more. Okay, one more. This guy even knows he's a socialist. This guy knows he's a socialist. I have to read this. This book is far from perfect. Its characters lack depth. Its rhetoric is sometimes didactic. Its plot, well, half of it anyways, was lifted from Zumaitin's We, and the lengthy Goldstein treatise shoved in the middle is a flaw which alters the structure of the novel like a scar disfigures a face. But in the long run, all of that does not matter, because George Orwell got it right. Orwell, a socialist who fought against Franco, watched appalled as the great Soviet experiment was reduced to a totalitarian state, a repressive force equal in evil to fascist Italy or Nazi Germany. Oh my God. He came to realize that ideology and authoritarian state is nothing but a distraction, a shiny thing made for the people, the public to stare at. He came to realize that the point of control was more control. The point of torture was more torture. That the point of all their alternative facts was to fashion a world where people would no longer possess even a word for truth. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stomping on a human face forever. Well, I don't need to imagine it. I get to see it very frequently in our modern day. Orwell's vision of the future is grim, too grim, some would argue, for it may deprive the faint-hearted among us of hope. But Orwell never wanted to take away hope. No. He wished to shock our hearts into resistance by showing us the authoritarian nightmare achieved, a monument of stasis, a tribute to surveillance and control. Here in the USA in 2017, our would-be totalitarians are a long way from stasis. Right now, they're stirring up chaos and confusion, spreading lies, then denying they spread them, hoping to gaslight us into a muddle of helplessness and inactivity. They're trying to destroy a vigorous democracy, and they know it will take much chaos and confusion to bring that democracy down. They hate us most when we march together, when we occupy Senate offices and jam the congressional switchboard, when we congregate in pubs and coffee houses and share. Dude, this is resistance liberalism. This is I got to microdose some resistance liberalism in fucking 2026. This is sick. and fear, for they know that freedom thrives on solidarity and resistance, and that solidarity and resistance engender love and hope. They much prefer it when we brood in solitude, despairing, and alone. Which reminds me, one of the things we should never do is brood about the enemy's ideology. Is Steve Bannon a fascist? A Nazi? A Stalinist? For while we try to discern his ideological goals, the enemy is busy pulling on his boots, and his boots are made with hobnails, with heel irons, and equipped with toe caps of steel. He's a pedophile. He is a pedophile. And not only that, he's already said he's a fucking fascist at this point. Finally, it does not matter who heads up the authoritarian state. A bully boy like Mussolini, a strutting coprophiliac like Hitler, a Napoleonic pig like Stalin, or a brainless dancing bear like Trump. Whatever the current incarnation of Big Brother may be, the goal is always the same. A nation of warriors and fanatics, marching forward in perfect unity, all thinking the same thoughts and shouting the same slogans, perpetually working, fighting, triumphing, and persecuting. 300 million people, all with the same face. Dude, do you know the best part about this? I'm going to give you guys a very small tidbit from the Winter War, okay? When Russia attacks Finland, all the soldiers, a lot of the soldiers in general, did not understand why they were attacking Finnish positions. And there are some journals from this time period that essentially were like, why are we doing this? This is pointless. Like, we already know that there's not really anything to be gained, that this is just like a form of imperialism. From some fucking soldiers' random journals, right? They were aware of these things and aware of the positions they were being put in, right? It's not like they were like, I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening. I guess I'll just go attack Finland because they're stupid. Look at the comments. Good review, Bill. This book was the book that opened eyes. Now it's the beast of success that will open your eyes even wider. Everyone in the comments acting like you're wrong is moronic. Your review applies more to us in 2026 than you did when you wrote it, which is utterly terrifying. Amazing review. Hey, thanks for the resub, Liar, Liar, Pants Off Fire. That's a great name. Shibuya wrote, oh, thanks for the kind words. I think you're right. The review is precedent, but I wish it wasn't. This describes it perfectly. Even truer in March 2026. Perpetual war. War is peace. No war, just peace. I want to see all the comments. No! Fuck. I love that. I love that shit so much. No peace. Just war. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out. It's been a nice 6 hours. I'd keep going and reading this shit, but my throat's starting to get sore. So I am going to send you guys over. I'm going to send you guys over to... You got to get a Goodreads account for next time? Fuck that. I'm not going to host the chickens. Oh, I'll host Hotashi. Let me go host Hotashi. Go watch Hotashi play Damon and Baby. It's a good game. Go check it out. I'll be back again tomorrow, same time as always. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Really enjoyed the gaming. Really enjoyed the theory. Thanks a ton for hanging out. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Peace.